Hey everybody, Smiles here with Gamer Smiles. Hey, and I hope you guys are having a wonderful day so far. I'm super excited. We're going to be jumping into the Regulation F format here in a moment. And also too, I just found an area that we can hunt for Cyclizar. I don't need a shiny one, I already have one. But back in the day, they're like, oh, Cyclizar skills aren't used for anything. And then in the Indigo Disc, they're like, just kidding, we made it to where you need them for breaking swipe TMs. Which is, I literally used to sell them all the time for LP. If I knew that they was going to be used for that, I would have saved them. But that's okay. In any case, I'm so excited. We got 4 teams rather that we're going to be demoing in this episode. I think what we'll do is probably like each hour switch over between each team, or maybe just as long as you want to. If I feel like I don't want to play a team anymore, then I won't. But around like 3-4 battles-ish, usually is an hour. I always forget that time just keeps on flying when you play competitive Pokemon. In any case, let's go ahead and roll that intro first, and then we're going to get right into the action here. So don't go away. We're going to be back shortly, and it's going to be a fun episode. Sorry about that. For some reason, my unmute button was hidden way at the bottom of the screen. There we go. Okay, now we got a better view. Alright, what's going on, everybody? Smiles here with Gamer Smiles. We're at the Cyclizar area, but we're not going to hunt them quite yet. Let's go ahead and hop in on the Poke Portal, and we're going to get this battle underway. So, like I said, this is the first time that we're playing Regulation F, so I'm really excited. They got a new background and everything. I love this background. We got Sinistcha, Whimsicott, Metagross, and Duraludon all there. I need to get... Yo, what's up, Apollo? How you doing? Great to see you in the chat here. We got a great episode. Yeah, your girl Whimsicott, she be making big splashes. Whimsicott, and in fact, it's going to be the one that we're going to utilize in our first battle here. So as you can tell with the team below, this was also featured. Oh man, I feel that. Well, hopefully things will get better on your end, man. Totally feel that as far as like a weird day happening, but you know, we're here now. I really appreciate you tuning in, and we're gonna have a blast playing Pokemon here. But yeah, jumping in here, Whimsicott's actually featured on this team, and this team is actually a very it was featured on Aaron Cybertron Zane's channel a while back, but basically it uses Covert Cloak. That's great to hear. Thank you so much. Also, chat, we gotta give a huge shout out to Apollo. He helped me so much with troubleshooting yesterday. Shout out to Profis, he did as well. And I forget who else was on your chat, Apollo, but they helped out. It was great too. So I'm glad that the gameplay is now looking great here. So really excited as we jump in here. But yeah, this team is pretty straightforward. New season. All right. So we start off with the new rank. This was our single battle rank at 45,000. And we got a lot of items. They gave us a level ball, which is really cool, and 5 Herba Mystica. That's awesome. And then 16,000 for doubles. So we get 2 level balls, 10 Herba Mysticas. Yeah, huge shout out to Boxdale and Komodo as well. Thank you guys so much. And Komodo, I think I saw some highlights from Komodo's stream yesterday, and they got a shiny, which is really awesome. We'll get to Master Rank. Yes, the awards are good. You'll get there. You'll absolutely get there. It looks like we only need 1 battle to get to Ultra Ball. That's whenever, I think the first Herba Mystica is given out, so not too hard there. But in any case, I gotta walk through the team real quick. We got Melodic, Golden Go, Whimsicott, Dragonite, Terrakion, and Incineroar. The main combo here is a beat-up, justified combo with Whimsicott and Terrakion. It's literally as old as VGC itself, pretty much. It was, like, I remember watching the Juniors Finals, because my brother played that format at the time, and it was literally Terrakion used Protect and Whimsicott used Tailwind, and they were the same lead. So, It is something I think everyone should know about when jumping in on ranked. So just, you know, that's what we're going to play it today to see what's up here. Alright, we got our first opponent already against Eterna, who is ranked 9 as well. Probably a lot of people jumping on here. So we got Whimsicott as well, but we got a Moongus, Fluttermane, Iron Hands, Walking Wake, and Urshifu. My guess would be it actually is Urshifu Dark, but we'll have to see when we get into the battle. I could see Water as well, but with Walking Wake, I don't know why they would need double Water coverage here. With that, I definitely see this person trying to set up Sun, especially with Whimsicott and Walking Wake. That also allows Fluttermane to be really strong. Poison Terra Terrakion could work, but I think it depends on when I want to bring it out. I don't necessarily need Melodic as much. Incineroar doesn't really help out, except for Fake Out Pressure. So I feel like I can drop those two, and it would be like the Dragonite Terrakion, Whimsicott, Golden Core. The question is, where do I lead with what? My thought process is I actually lead Golden Whimsicott, and then Dragonite and Terrakion on the back. That means I can switch into Dragonite or Terrakion. One problem is if it is Fluttermane, it might be a little bit harder to switch, but I can always Terra Golden get a really strong Make It Rain off with Tailwind, and hopefully be able to dunk on Fluttermane that way. So we'll go this route. This Golden is a little bit different than my... Oh, actually, no. I'm using my personal Golden so this one actually has Trick instead of Doubtslinkling. I have to remember that. So it's a little bit different than the original team, just because I use my own stuff. Usually I don't like to use rentals. I'll modify them just because people will get used to, oh, I know this rental team, and they can just look at the pace as they battle. So I usually don't like to do that. Alright, so they are going to be leading Fluttermane, I figured, with Whimsicott. And I got Golden in my own Whimsicott as well. So this seems pretty straightforward. I could just Steel Terra, Make It Rain, and then go for Tailwind to copy that. I probably could just do Steel Terra, Make It Rain. I could use Tailwind, or I could switch out, but I don't like the idea of switching out, just because both Pokemon are pretty strong. Let me see. I mean, besides Iron Hands and Walking Wake, not much takes the Make It Rain really well, and I feel like I can still get a huge advantage off here, so I'm gonna go for it. Seems pretty straightforward. We don't see any Protects, or we don't see any Terras from the opponent's end, so they're gonna be taking a pretty strong attack here. So we'll have to see what happens there. I had a friend DM me a piece. I'll have to take a look at that later. So, I set up Tailwind first. I'm curious if they're going to use Tailwind or not. Okay, yeah, so we are going to match Tailwind. Fluttermane is going to get an attack off, but it probably is not going to be enough. Yeah, Shadow Ball. Okay, cool. Then I'm going to be knocking out Fluttermane here. Sure. Alright, and I unfortunately lost some of my special defense. And I gotta fire off this Make It Rain. Okay, so Flutter is gone. And that actually makes it pretty easy for a Dragonite endgame. And Whimsicott naturally does have Focus Sash, so it's going to go down, it's going to be brought to Sash, and I get a knockout Fluttermane. So that's really a nice turn. I'm able to get a big knockout. I think in that case I could have gone for, like, potentially the beat-up combo, but that means Terrakion would have taken a lot of big hit. So we're going to actually see Walking Wake here. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Sunny Day plus an attack. So I'm actually going to switch out into Dragonite, and then I'm going to go ahead and fire off a Moonblast into Walking Wake. Yeah. I think in this case, I actually don't need the beat-up combo. I think just hitting Walking Wake for a good amount of damage is going to be helpful. Walking Wake would have to probably Terra Water. If it tears Steel, that would resist it, or Fire, but if it decides to stay as a Dragon type, then that'll be helpful. Yeah, we do expect to see a Terra here. If it's Terra Water, probably then you're going to set up Sunny Day to go from there. But I can do some decent damage here. So it is actually going to be Terra Steel, which is good to see. Actually, it's kind of nice. That means that Golden gets to reset whatever attack it wants to do. Whimsicott does set up Sunny Day, as expected. Photosynthesis activates. Yo, what is up, Profi? Great to see ya. And a special attack that's being boosted. I get to fire off my own Moonblast, so I'll do some light chip, not a big amount. And we are going to get Flamethrower. Perfect. I resist that, and I take that comfortably. And your Life Orb as well. Okay, so at this case, I think what I want to figure out is what I want to do to knock out. Do I need to knock out Whimsicott, or do I need to go after Walking Wake? I feel like their Whimsicott isn't going to offer too much here, so I'm actually going to Stomping Tantrum, and I'm going to Moonblast their... Oh, you know what? I gotta play. I'm going to Stomping Tantrum, and I'm going to... does Misty Train... Misty Train helps my own Terrakion, so I don't mind Misty Training for now. Yeah. Okay, cool. So their Walking Wake decides to protect, which is totally fine. Misty Train goes up. This also helps lower any Physical Dragon. So, okay, sure. Whimsicott gets a KO with that Moonblast there. Okay. Alright, I think now I can bring in Terrakion. I think one of the problems actually is that their opposing Whimsicott does have offensive pressure now. I'm going to close combat into Walking Wake. I think track is 124. Special attack boosted. Okay. I'm going to try to get a double KO here. Alright, so my thought process here is that I should be able to outspeed Walking Wake. Whimsicott withdraws, which is totally fine here. I do not mind. And it's going to be Iron Hands. Okay. I get a fire off a pretty good Moonblast now, Iron Hands, which is nice. And then I do outspeed Walking Wake and I get the KO. Yeah, I figured because of a speed booster, I was able to do that, which will be really helpful. So, yeah, I get a lower its special attack and special defense, which is great. I lower my own special attack and defense, but I'm able to knock out Walking Wake, which is awesome. My Tailwind's over, the opponent's Tailwind's over, but they have lost a good amount of resources to be able to deal with me. So, I think in this case, I feel confident in... I don't even need to worry about Fake Out on Terrakion's side because of... Okay, what am I worried about? You decide not to... You know what, I will close combat Iron Hands. And I'll switch out into Gholdengo. You can only fake out one of my Pokemon. I don't think I need Tailwind in the long run, just because Iron Hands is relatively slow. And this close combat should do a good amount. I can get Tailwind later. Okay, so I still outspeed Iron Hands, which is great. And so Iron Hands probably is going to try to go for Drain Punch into Terrakion? Yeah. Alright, so that's a lot of HP healed up. Okay. One thing I do... Okay, so I know that my Terrakion outsped their Iron Hands. I don't think Gholdengo would naturally outspeed. I need to double check speeds, but I'm pretty sure. Gholdengo sits at 130, 176. Okay. So I don't want to take that chance. I don't mind doing Tailwind. And I'll fire off Make It Rain. Hits both of them. Makes their Whimsicott no longer a threat. And then Whimsicott can actually beat Iron Hands, which is really funny. So Whimsicott actually goes for Taunt, which is totally fine here. I can't set up Tailwind. Ah, they did find a win condition. Oof. Well done for my opponent for coming back from this. I think one of the things I greatly underestimated was Whimsicott staying on the field for a little bit too long. It didn't exert as much offensive pressure. Sunlight's over, but that doesn't really matter. Whimsicott's going to naturally attack with Moonblast. I already used up my Terra. Yeah. And then that's Heavy Slam coming my way, right? Yeah. Dang. Okay. Alright, so, reflecting on that battle, unfortunately we had, we started the stream with a loss. I think the turn that I attacked a Terrakion would have been a good turn to go ahead and set up Tailwind. That would have been a great call out to just Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. And I think that I was ahead, and I could have used that opportunity to keep the pressure going. Recognize, hey, I can set up Tailwind, or I could have doubled up into Iron Hand, saying, you know what, you can only fake out one Pokemon. I'm going to go ahead and Tailwind plus Moonblast. I was worried about fake out on Whimsicott, but in the long run, I don't think I should have been worried about that. If I doubled up into Terrakion, that probably would have been enough for a KO. Whimsicott can't beat 3 Pokemon, and that would have been it. Alright, so no worries there. Let's just keep it going. We got to fight against AG, and AG is using some pretty scary Pokemon, including Tornadus, Raging Bolt, Incineroar, Rillaboom, Urshifu, and Landorus. Most likely Urshifu Water, and it's going to be pretty sun-based with this as well. Alright, one thing I do need to be mindful of is Terrakion has to deal with a lot of big priorities attacks, which I'm not a big fan of. I don't mind my own Incineroar, kind of. I think Melodic, honestly, looks really good. Its main problem is Rillaboom, but I can find ways to work around it. I honestly wouldn't mind leading Melodic, and I could probably even bring in something like Dragonite as well to kind of put some pressure on. So I don't mind a Melodic Dragonite lead. Let's also dissuade Fake Out. And then from there, like a later game Whimsicott and Golden Go. I think I'm going to drop Incineroar and Terrakion for this, but yeah. Hey, it happens with that first battle. I was debating about keeping Whimsicott in or not, and I think playing a little bit more straightforward would have done it for us, but hey, all good. All good. We learned from that. And I think that's the thing, too. Iron Hands had a good amount of pressure from Fake Out, and I think I caved a little bit too much and showed a little bit too much respect for that. I should have just said, hey, look, you can Fake Out one Pokemon. Big deal. I'm going to try my best to get that KO. And if I got that KO, then it would have been a lot cleaner for the rest of the team. Alright, so we're going to lead Incineroar and Tornadus, which is actually a great lead. We love to see it, as we immediately eat a competitive boost. We don't eat a competitive boost, guys. You know why? Because I was dumb and I gave it Marvel Scale instead of competitive. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. That's okay. Well, we're fine. It's okay. We will still double up into Tornadus. Oh my gosh. That's hilarious. Alright, so Tornadus is able to get up Tailwind. Yeah, we'll do it right after this battle. I'm glad that we figured out earlier rather than later that it didn't work. Incineroar goes ahead and uses Parting Shot. It's good to know that Incineroar actually is faster than Melodic. But yeah, us being able to get a pretty big KO on Tornadus early on is nice. And Raging Bolt comes out. Okay. And it looks like Incineroar is coming back out again. Okay. So, we could, in theory... There are a couple of plays that we can make. I kind of like the idea of Mirror Coat on Melodic to take a potential Thunderbolt. I'm going to switch into Golden Go. Expecting Incineroar to do something like Parting Shot. Or I could Fake Out Melodic, and in that case, I could switch out Golden Go for something else. Yeah, the main thing right now is I have to deal with surviving Tailwind, but we can find ways to work around it, and then go from there. So Dragonite is going to switch out. We're going to bring out Golden Go here. Incineroar actually would have looked pretty good, since we already knocked out Tornadus, which is nice. It does seem like the opponent is going to go for a Terra. I wonder if they're going to go for a Terra Electric to try to do as much damage as possible. Oh, Incineroar Terras, I didn't really care about Incineroar. And Grass Terra is nice too. That means that my Make It Rains are now neutral. I just need to make sure that I position the speed correctly. So we are going to get a Dragon Pulse. Cool, I take that like a champ. Not a big deal. And Incineroar goes for knockoff on Melodic. Takes away my Assault Vest. And I try to use Mirror Coat, but it fails. Okay. So, I think the main thing here is you got 2 turns of Tailwind left. 130, 107. So you naturally outspin Melodic, okay. Okay, technically Ice Beam is a little bit stronger. I can probably hit Incineroar with Ice Beam. I don't mind hitting Raging Bolt with Ice Beam as well. I think I'll hit Incineroar with Ice Beam first. And I'll go into Whimsicott here. Okay, so yeah, we have to eat the Thunderclap, unfortunately. And then Knockoff is coming out into Whimsicott. Decent damage, but not that great. I'll go into hitting Raging Bolt with the Ice Beam, and now I do feel confident firing off a Tailwind. So I actually get Tailwind a little bit longer because I staggered it, which is really nice. And then that might just lead to a let me go ahead and Terra either Gholdengo or Dragonite and go from there. So we are able to get the Tailwind off. I fire off this Ice Beam. Does a lot of damage, honestly. Is that crit? No, it's just a normal attack. And yeah, Melodic is going to go down, and Incineroar is probably going to pick up a KO as well. But I think at this point, I'll have a pretty impressive offensive momentum here. So yeah, we're going to get Flare Blitz off, which is totally fine. I'll take that. Perfect. Okay. Now in prime position to be able to knock out the rest of the Pokemon there. Incineroar, Damage Recoil, Citrus Berry? Yeah, Citrus Berry. Okay. And Raging Bolt reveals leftovers. I was actually surprised at how much that Ice Beam did. That's really nice. Their Tailwind's over, so now we do outspeed pretty much for the rest of the battle, honestly. They've also used their Terra, which is super helpful. Okay, in this case, I just need to figure out what could potentially be in the back and prepare for that. So it's either Rillaboom, Urshifu, or Landorus. Dragonite's Terra isn't as important as Gholdengo's Terra. So I feel like I'm going to Extreme Speed Raging Bolt, and I'm going to go ahead and Tailor Steel, make it rain. Okay. Nice thing here, too, is that even if they try to outstall Tailwind, the Extreme Speed should hopefully have enough firepower to get the KOs that I need. Okay, so we are able to hit off that Extreme Speed against Raging Bolt, and this Make It Rain with Steel Terror should be enough to knock out both Incineroar and Raging Bolt at this range. Perfect. Okay, cool. And thanks to choice specs, I'm effectively at neutral special attack with Gholdengo. I looked at their last Pokemon. I think the only challenge would be Urshifu, but even then, Landorus, perfect. And I should naturally outspeed with both. And that's also one of the things, too. I didn't want to commit to normal Terra, because that means that its ground-type moves actually would be effective against both Gholdengo and Dragonite. Having both is really nice. So I just Extreme Speed, sure, and then Make It Rain, finish things off. It's as good as gold, baby! Let's go! Oh, I'm super excited. That was a great battle. Despite the fact that Melodic wasn't competitive, we found a way around it. But yeah, I think that what really highlighted that battle was I knocked out their Tornado super early. They only got one Tailwind off, and I was able to maintain speed momentum the rest of the battle. I was able to get Tailwind off early, later in the game, and that was really awesome. There you go. We did it, y'all. I love it. That was a great battle. But yeah, I think that's also something that's to be mindful of. If you're looking at how to use Tailwind effectively, staggering Tailwind is definitely I highly recommend staggering your Tailwind. Give you a speed advantage in the long run, right? Maybe wait a turn if you don't need it immediately. Alright, with that, let me go ahead and change over Melodic so we can make sure that it has the right ability. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Even without the right ability, we were able to still win. Because it would have hit like a truck. With it. I think it's just either hidden or normal. I have to look it up. I don't want to waste, I mean, I got 210 patches. Oh yeah, I'll have to check, what Deidre sent in a little bit. Let me type in melodic. I think competitive is its hidden ability, but I'll just double check. No, its hidden ability is cute charm, which we definitely don't want. Yeah, we want competitive. Okay, cool. Now we're playing with power. We're in a good spot now. Okay, there you go. Even I could make a mistake of not correctly having the Pokemon with the right ability. And then Whimsicott was third. Here we go. There we go. Okay, cool. We put it in order. All right, that was a good win. We got one win, one loss. This is even my final form, right? Melodic really holding in there, and it was really defensive too. I will say it was nice that it didn't have to deal with Rillaboom, but I definitely think that they were afraid, especially too. I think with Golden Go and Dragonite, it's really nice too. It helps cover for potentially Rillaboom. But yeah, that was a great battle of like I don't think Terrakion was the right pick, and it's funny we haven't used the beat up combo yet, so maybe we'll get it off, maybe not, but we'll have to see. Yeah, let's go ahead and go with this team again. We'll do a few more. I mean, yeah, we haven't even gotten an hour. 3 battles already in, and we're getting our 3rd one in. All right, looks like we have found our opponent against Juju. All right, Juju, what you got for us? Juju has a very interesting team with Uxie. Oh, Regigigas, y'all already know. We got Regigigas, Uxie, which is a very rare pick. Incineroar, Landorus, Ogerpon, and Weezing. So, naturally, this team is going to try to focus on using Regigigas to get big hits pretty quickly. Dragonite's ability and Golden Go's ability, for the most part, don't really come into effect. That much in this battle. So I feel like they would be really helpful. Yeah, I don't think that Terrakion is it. I like the idea of my own Incineroar threatening Fake Out. I can use my Golden Go, maybe Dragonite, and Melodic in the back. Yeah. So the idea behind this is that we want to try to knock out Regigigas as fast as possible. And I think the combination of Golden Go and Incineroar might be able to do it. I can Fake Out Regigigas and then immediately use Make It Rain, or use, that might be it. I'll give it the choice specs there. So, it's actually Weezing and Incineroar. Very interesting, versus my own Incineroar and Golden Go. So, yeah, we're gonna get Neutralizing Gas coming up. But Incineroar's ability, I always forget, that's how people do that, is using the ability Shield, so you can still use Intimidate. I don't mind the Intimidate as much. I will Fake Out their own Incineroar. I don't know what Weezing would want to do. I think it would want to Protect, right? I don't mind, honestly, tricking their Incineroar for now. Give it the focus, give it the choice specs. Because if I was Weezing, I might pivot out or switch. Yeah, Protect. I didn't want to run into that quite yet. Okay, I get the Fake Out off, which is great. And I get to use Trick on Incineroar, meaning Incineroar is now stuck with choice specs. And I get the ability Shield. So that means that I don't have to worry about Parting Shot into their Incineroar. And I think I will switch into Dragonite. That's funny. I get to not be affected by Weezing's Neutralizing Gas anymore. Okay, so Incineroar does go for knockoff. Ooh, a considerable amount of damage given that. And I get to fire up Parting Shot, which is great. I think I'll go for Golden Go for now. This is interesting. Okay, and Weezing goes for Taunt. But Taunt actually won't work on Golden Go anymore. So I do feel confident in this next play, where I am going to double up into the Incineroar slot. We do know it has knockoff, right? So I'm going to use Thunderbolt, and I'm going to use Stomping Tantrum on it. I could also use Make It Rain, but I think my problem here is that I'm not sure if the double up that way is going to get the KO. Weezing switches out, which is totally fine. That means Incineroar's Intimidate reactivates, But I'm... Landorus comes in. Okay. Sure. But I have inner focus. So that's not going to do too much here. But the Stomping Tantrum plus Make It Rain will be... Thunderbolt will be helpful. And I get to knock out their own Incineroar. So looking decently. And looking pretty decent here. Yeah, the ground offense by the Landorus definitely is kind of tough. And they do bring in Ogerpon. Okay. Alright, this is interesting. Ogerpon, obviously... Okay, so they didn't have Regigigas, which is kind of a good and bad thing. How much do I need Golden-Go? Golden-Go, I don't really need as much. You know? So I kind of want to trick on their Landorus. And I want to actually switch out Dragonite for my Incineroar. This allows me to reset what attack I use, and I could probably use something like Extreme Speed in the endgame, which will be really helpful. If Landorus decides to switch out, then that'll be really helpful for him. Melodic coming in later. Ogerpon goes for Spiky Shield. Great. I don't mind. And I get to trick their Landorus, which is kind of helpful here. So, I get Assault Vest. Oh, well, that doesn't actually help out a lot, actually. So, that's not great. I do get to Survive, which is nice, but I think one of the challenges here is that it's pretty easy for them to pivot Landorus out. Yeah, Golden-Go has pretty much done its job. So I'm going to fire off a Make It Rain in case I get it off, but it's pretty easy for Landorus to just target down Golden-Go. Actually, no, it's not. We saw that the trick went before the Stomping Tantrum. So I will Make It Rain, and I will Fake Out into Ogerpon. There we go. Oh, a crit on top of that. Ooh, I was not asking for that. Because at this point, Golden-Go has pretty much done its job. It's not going to be that much damage, unfortunately. But I think now the opponent has to ask themselves what they want to do. Dang, Golden-Go missed. I actually wanted Golden-Go to take that hit. I'll Make It Rain again. I'll put in Melodic this time. Melodic's Terra honestly looks pretty good too. Landorus switches out, which is actually great for Melodic. We love to see it. And Weezing comes back in. That means I could potentially pivot out Golden-Go as well. But yeah, Neutralizing Gas comes into effect here. Incineroar comes out, leaves. I'm trying to think. I'm at -1. Am I expecting a Terra coming up? And we are going to get IV Culture Woods going into Golden-Go. Perfectly fine. Okay, I think I'm going to go into Golden-Go this time around. Alright, Incineroar this time around. I don't really care about what Weezing has to offer, so I don't mind using both Fake Out and Ice Beam. Do I Ice Beam Ogerpon? Yeah. Okay, sure. Trying to think. Weezing Poppy's gonna taunt my own Incineroar. Poison Gas. Oh, shoot, that's interesting. Incineroar misses, but it does poison Melodic. If I, this is funny. If I was Marvel Scale now, it would actually be helpful. This is interesting because I kind of want to KO Weezing now. I feel like I can with both a combination of Flare Blitz and Ice Beam into Weezing. What this does, or I could KO Ogerpon using Flare Blitz onto it, and then Ice Beam into it as well. Okay, so Ogerpon is going to Terra. I would imagine it's going to be Ogerpon tearing. Okay, so the double up does help us out. these are two not very effective attacks going into it, but at least, well, and thanks to neutralizing gas, embody aspect doesn't kick in. The one challenge though is that Ogerpon does have an opportunity to get a really strong point leech off. Yeah, that's the one thing I wasn't a big fan of. This is a little bit tougher. I feel like there was definitely areas where I could have improved this. Yeah, the Ice Beam's not going to do much. We're going to get Poison Gas coming in. The Poison Gas is pretty interesting of trying to poison the Pokemon I have and lowering their attack power here. That does a lot though, so... Shout out to Flare Blitz, actually, still doing a decent amount of damage here. I don't mind using... actually, I don't mind switching out Incineroar into Dragonite. And I will use Alluring Voice this time around on Ogerpon. Okay, dang. Not bad for us. I think we still have some slight advantage here. Because that means if everything is around Extreme Speed KO range, and I do a decent amount of damage on Landorus, then I might be able to pin down Ogerpon, which will be helpful. Okay. And then Clear Smog kicks in. So not too much damage there. So Weezing itself doesn't really offer offensive pressure, but we do need to try to knock it out if we can. So I'm going to Extreme Speed here, and I'm actually going to Scald Weezing. The main thing is that if we... Oh yeah, so we're able to knock out Landorus, which is great. And I get to fire off this Scald into Weezing as well. That does a lot. Oh, that crit. I don't get a burn either, unfortunately. The Poison Gas, unfortunately, means that Dragonite is poisoned, and that means it's on a ticking timer. And then Weezing does reveal Black Sludge. Okay. Yeah, we're pretty low. I definitely can see Ogerpon deciding, hey, you know what? I am going to protect. Oh, no. Great. That's not great. Losing Melodic on that turn really hurts, because I can definitely see their play. They want to double protect here, right? We want to Extreme Speed Weezing and then fake out Ogerpon. But, yeah, Spiky Shield and then Weezing's going to protect, right? Yeah. If Dragonite gets one more turn to survive, then I think we can win this. Okay, Incineroar for sure will survive, which is helpful. But it really boils... Yeah, and I wanted to make sure I don't run into the Spiky Shield immediately. Okay, this is it. This is a pretty close finish here. Okay, Dragonite gets one turn to win. And Incineroar also gets one turn to win. Oh no, Incineroar will be able to win longer, but I need a Extreme Speed now and then Flare Blitz into Weezing. A double protect will definitely spell it as game over. Okay, we're able to knock out Ogerpon. Can Incineroar get the final KO and knock out Weezing? We get to fire off the Flare Blitz! No! We didn't get the KO yet! Oh no! That's not good! And yeah, you just Clear Smog Incineroar. Oh my goodness. Oh no, we didn't have enough firepower. Dragonite's gone. Oh, man. That's hurt. That hurts. Okay. I lost. Weezing just has to protect. Ah, man. That hurt so much. Yeah. Dang. That was... I mean, we played to our outs on that one, so I can't be mad at that one. That was definitely... Oh, this was a nail biter. This was a nail biter, but dang. Yeah. The poison gas tech on Weezing was something. I think it was a really smart tactic. Helped lower my... I admit this team has a little bit more bulk to it. But, man, that hurt a lot. Oh, man. And we found it, too. Like, we were like, alright, you're gonna double protect. I get the KO on Ogerpon. And then, if I did enough damage with Flare Blitz, that would have been it. But, yeah, that Weezing definitely super bulky. Well played from my opponent. Well done, Juju. That was a great battle. But dang, that was close. Alright, up to you, chat. What we can do is we can change up the team. I haven't actually used Terrakion yet. Or we can keep on battling with this team. If you guys have a preference. I got 3 other teams, rather. And here, I can actually show you guys before we jump in to those battles. The teams that I got, we have our... this team that we've been currently using. We have our second team. Alright, cool. I kind of want to show off some of the new stuff, right? So, let's go ahead and do so. I'm going to use this team real quick. Give me 1 second to change up the Pokemon on the team, and then we'll go from there. So, this is a pretty interesting team that I'm really excited about. This features Farigiraf, which is a favorite Pokemon of mine. I know Apollo is a big fan as well. But it also features some other cool Pokemon too. So we've got Farigiraf, Primarina, Rillaboom, which is a classic. Definitely have been a Pokemon that I've enjoyed using. Oh, Rillaboom looks huge. Wait, zoom it out a little bit. There we go. We also have Dusclops. And and now he's too small. Make him a little bit bigger. There we go. Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and then Incineroar gets to stick around. It's funny. In every one of the teams I have, Incineroar's there. So, you can tell he's going to be here for a little while, folks. Oh! I'm so sorry about that. I did not mean to kick over to a different scene overall. I was using my arrow keys. Alright, so what this team focuses on is utilizing Trick Room to enable Dusclops to activate Weakness Policy for Blood Moon, Ursaluna. It is the low speed and low attack one, actually at 1 IP each, and Blood Moon just goes crazy with Blood Moon, Hyper Voice, and Earth Power. The rest of the team helps support it, and Primarina mainly helps stave off the different Urshifu types, but also hits pretty hard with both Moonblast and Hyper Voice, and can use Throat Spray as well to boost up its special attack. So, I'll go ahead and use that one. This one has a little bit more offensive pressure to it, and it's really fun. Weezing teams, man, they are definitely tricky, because a lot of Pokemon become really strong with their abilities. Weezing shuts them off, and so it's kind of working through that. Alright, with that, let's go ahead and switch on over to this team here. And I think that this team has a lot of great tech. Farigiraf is really great about stopping potential fake outs or things like that, so you can get big hits off. So, yeah, really excited to kind of feature it and go from there. Also, too, it's nice to have 2 fake out users with both Rillaboom and Incineroar. And so it's kind of nice if you lead them both, then you can kind of decide, alright, which Pokemon exerts more offensive pressure, and then choose which attack you want to use from them. Alright, we got a battle against this player who has Incineroar and Grimmsnarl. Talk about, oh look, it's Kieran if he had Ogerpon on the team. Landorus, Fluttermane, and Metagross, which is a pretty interesting Pokemon to face off against. I think Blood Moon could work out really well, especially too, Dusclops does a great job of denying, breaking screens. So, what we could do is lead Blood Moon and Dusclops. I mean, it's pretty safe for the most part. I think the main thing I have to watch for is Taunt. It would mainly be from Grimmsnarl. But I could, if I'm worried about Taunt from Grimmsnarl, then I can lead Farigiraf. I don't mind doing that for now. I'll lead Farigiraf, Ursaluna. Oh, you know what? I'll lead Farigiraf Primarina. Primarina looks great against this team. It's just Ogerpon. Rillaboom does look good as well. I'll go with Primarina. You know what? I'll go with Primarina Dusclops. Ursaluna in the back with Farigiraf. I'm gonna go with that way. Alright. I think I'm worried too much about, like, oh, Prankster Taunt from Grimmsnarl. But that means that Grimmsnarl probably isn't gonna... He would have 2 screens, Taunt, and then Spirit Break, right? So, at least with this, I do pressure. Like, I could bring Farigiraf. And then Hyper Voice the Incineroar, right? So we're gonna get Incineroar and Metagross versus Primarina and Dusclops. So this is kind of nice as a lead. I don't mind too much from Dusclops taking the attack drop, but okay, Citrus Berry on Incineroar, Assault Vest on Metagross. That's actually great to confirm. I think from here I'm gonna go ahead and fire off a Hyper Voice. And I don't mind bringing in Farigiraf here. So, it does look like Metagross itself is going to be pretty defensive. But I think I can kind of bowl my way through it using both Primarina and Melodic and Farigiraf to help kind of mitigate some of the damage that we might be taking here. So, Dusclops is going to switch out. I'll bring in Dusclops later. Will-O-Wisp actually is going to be pretty helpful against Metagross too. So, that's good to confirm. And then, yep. Wand to block the fake out. And we get Heavy Slam, which barely... it does a decent amount. But yeah, you take damage from Rocky Helmet, and I get to fire off this Hyper Voice. Decent damage on both, but most importantly, I do activate the Throat Spray. Okay. I think here I don't mind firing off another Hyper Voice, and I don't mind going for a Trick Room here. They don't really have a safe switch into Primarina. Landorus is a tailable switch in. Yeah, and they committed an Tera here. So, most likely it's probably Incineroar using Grass Tera. Or a Dragon Tera, one of the two. Okay, it's Water Tera. Fine by me. You're still going to be taking a decent amount of damage. And I get your Tera out of the way, making it a little bit easier for my other Pokemon to kind of cleave through. So we get the Heavy Slam. That does actually a pretty decent amount of damage. We do fire up the Hyper Voice. Incineroar eats its berry. We do know Incineroar is slower than Primarina. That's helpful to note. Sure. And then Incineroar uses Knockoff. And that does a lot. I will be hurt by the Rocky Helmet there. And unfortunately, Farigiraf is going to be knocked out. Okay. Yeah, Fairy Tera would have been pretty easy to get around that. That would have been something I should have considered. Blood Moon Ursaluna versus Dusclops. I feel like I still would have to contend with Knockoff, but I could also Dark Tera. Thinking about my Tera choices, I think Dusclops will be the most effective. Yeah, so I think I'm going to still Hyper Voice, Dark Tera, set up Trick Room. That means if I do have to eat up a Knockoff, it won't be as strong. Yeah, so Primarina is going to go down thanks to the Heavy Slam. I'll deal with a Knockoff, sure. But it shouldn't be enough to KO. It tickles. Yes, I lose my Eviolite. But now set up Trick Room. Okay. And this gets me to position Ursaluna in. Alright, I think at this range, Metagross... I believe Metagross would fall to a Hyper Voice. So I don't mind firing off a Hyper Voice and Brick Breaking my own Ursaluna here. Metagross probably has something like Bullet Punch, but as long as I don't take too much damage, I should be able to bowl through the rest of the team. I got 4 turns to do this, so let's see what we can do to make it, how to make the magic happen. They don't have any safe switch-ins either, so... Metagross was their safe switch-in. Okay, so they do recognize they might need Incineroar later, probably good Fake Out, Pressure, and things like that. So, who are they going to be sending out? It is going to be their Ogerpon. I do activate Brick Break, I do fire off Brick Break. I go first, so it doesn't look like Metagross is going to opt for Bullet Punch here. There's a weakness policy activated. And I get a fire off the Hyper Voice. Not enough to knock out Metagross, unfortunately. But Metagross did opt for Heavy Slam on Dusclops, which is helpful. Yeah, I think another Hyper Voice plus a... Yeah, you don't have any safe switch in, so I definitely feel confident in Hyper Voice, and I will Nightshade Metagross. Ogerpon might try to protect here, which I would imagine. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. So this will be a double knockout here. I get to KO Metagross. Blood Moon does not take any damage, which is ideal. And Ursaluna gets to fire off another Hyper Voice. Cool. Yeah, that might have been a turn out, been like, oh, I'll try to be passive or try to figure things out. But that one, it just felt comfortable. Like, let's go full offense here. Incineroar does get to come back out. And Flutter Mane is out as well. So, one play I could definitely see the opponent try to do is... It would be that the Flutter Mane has Trick Room, and therefore Incineroar would Fake Out to reactivate their Trick Room. I have 2 turns of Trick Room left. That's a very hyper-specific play. I'm down to Protect for now, and I don't mind Will-O-Wisp being into Incineroar. Or actually, use Nightshade into Flutter Mane to prevent any Focus Sash shenanigans. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, he really is huge. I mean, this guy is a towering bear, let me tell you. So, Fake Out did go into Ursaluna, which I'm glad that I predicted. And Flutter does go last, so it is the Fake Out. Oh, no, it is not the Trick Room play. Woo, okay, I'm glad that I called that out. Alright, in this case, we can just Hyper Voice, and I will Nightshade into Flutter. Yeah, they were going all in on Big Bear, but I was like, you know what, we gotta take it a little bit slow. We don't want to immediately do that, so... yeah, this combo is pretty strong. I am glad that I decided to Dark Terra. That allowed me to survive with the knockoff, which is huge. Yeah, Flutter is pretty much in KO range, and I think both go down here. Perfect! Let's go! Bear in the big blue house, baby! Oh, it's actually a blue stadium, too. That was awesome. That was a great battle. But yeah, this team was pretty strong and very bulky, and Dusclops does a great job. In ladder, Frisk is definitely great, but if you're playing in a live tournament where it's open team sheet, then you want to use Pressure. But yeah, that was awesome. We were able to activate... thank you. Yeah, we were able to activate Weakness Policy. We had 2 Pokemon that could set up Trick Room, which was super helpful. And I think also, too, them committing their Terror for Incineroar to survive was tough. It would have been nicer to get the KO on Metagross earlier, but I got really lucky that Metagross decided to target Dusclops instead of Ursaluna. Granted, they actually didn't do any damage on Ursaluna, but it was helpful to get around that. Or it would have been a little bit more breathing room there. But I think the one thing is they didn't try to protect their Ogerpon. I think that would have given them a better shot of, like, try to stall it with Protects, and then eventually I run out, tanking the gas, and you knock me out there. Alright, so we got a pretty interesting team, including Superior, Iron Hands, Flutter Mane, Incineroar, Thundurus and Suicune. Suicune is popular as another alternative to Tailwind users. It can't be faked out thanks to Inner Focus, and you can set up Tailwind as well. And Suicune matches up well against Incineroar because of the Inner Focus, but as well as having a water typing, able to hit with those super effective Scalds or things like that. With that, it does look like Rillaboom is decent. I think the two main problems that Rillaboom has to deal with is Thundurus and Incineroar. To deal with Thundurus and Incineroar, I feel like Ursaluna actually deals with both decently well. Ursaluna hates going up against both Serperior and Suicune. So if we can find a way to not worry about those two, I think a Farigiraf Ursaluna lead could be pretty strong. And Farigiraf could easily set up things like Helping Hand to, yeah, I kind of like that a lot, to Hyper Voice. So I'm going to go with that as my lead. Against Serperior, I could go with Rillaboom. Rillaboom's not as great against Serperior. Doesn't have great moves. This one, does this one have U-turn? Oh, it does. Oh, and I only got 15 seconds. Yeah. I think, Primarina, probably not, but that's okay. Oh my gosh. No, you're good, man. Hey, no worries. We just changed up the team a little bit. I was like, I haven't used beat up with Terrakion, and I was kind of bored. Blood Moon Ursaluna came in clutch. It was super helpful as far as denying big attacks from the opponent, so I was really thrilled to see it. With that, we got our next battler here against Toyliana. And hopefully we're able to get a good KO here. So we are going to see Incineroar and Suicune, which is great, versus Ursaluna and Farigiraf. So the interesting thing here is that if I was my opponent, I would... Oh, Suicune is actually not Inner Focus. Yeah, I don't blame him. Yeah, it's really powerful, especially too because Ursaluna matches up really well against Raging Bolt, which is really helpful. Ursaluna being Ghost Terra doesn't really help out too much, except for Iron Hands, but that's not too big of a deal. But my Fairy Terra makes sure I don't take too much damage from Fake Out. I feel like for the rest of the Pokemon, I don't need their Terras, so I'm down to use Trick Room. Fairy Terra, use Trick Room, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, so the opponent is going to commit their Terra of their own, but I'm going to be taking a pretty passive turn. I don't care. Okay. Fine. So Incineroar is going to go for Water Terra, probably trying to avoid a big, super effective Ground-type move. But I'm more concerned about... I guess the one thing was... I don't think Suicune knows Taunt. Instead of Tailwind, sure, but I don't care about that. I'm using Trick Room. But yeah, Blood Moon and Trick Room teams now, I would imagine, are becoming really strong. So I get to Protect. I don't want to take any super effective Scalds or any Snarls or anything like that. Yeah, we're going to deal with Scalds. Ooh, a crit. We don't like to see that. I got burnt too? Come on now. And Incineroar uses Snarl. Okay, cool. In that case, I didn't need to Terra, but I definitely wanted to respect Knockoff, which would have been really damaging. So I think here, I'm very happy with the turn I took. Alright, so I don't have weakness policy activated, as you guys see, and Farigiraf's on a ticking timer here. But I think what I want to do is actually just knock out Suicune, or I would want to knock out Incineroar completely. So I don't mind firing off a Blood Moon into it, and going ahead and hitting a Dazzling... you know what? I'll do Helping Hand, Blood Moon. I think I can survive one of Suicune's attacks. That wasn't enough to knock out. Oof. Not great. Incineroar uses Snarl, which isn't great on Farigiraf nor on Blood Moon. But does Suicune attack Blood Moon? It does! Okay, so you activate my weakness policy. And that means the following... So I'm at +1 special attack, which is good. And that does mean the following turn I get to use Hyper Voice with Helping Hand. So I don't know if I'm going to get the double KO here. I don't think I will, but let's see. I mean, it is a pretty strong attack. +1, stab, and helping hand, right? So. +2, I do have Rillaboom in the back, and Primarina. So I got other options for kind of the offensive powerhouse. I don't think they have any safe switch-ins for these either, which is nice. They don't have any steel types. Or rock types, yeah. Yeah, Farigiraf is so great. I'm a fan of it too. It was nice to just be like, you know what? I don't need to worry about Fake Out today. And being able to punish and go through it that way. I am surprised that the opponent has pressure on their Suicune though, instead of in focus. Incineroar does the withdrawal, so they do see value in keeping it around. So that's interesting. And it is actually Iron Hands. Okay. That makes sense. You get to potentially fire off another Fake Out. Iron Hands is a little bit slower too. But yeah, let's see if I'm able to get a knockout on Suicune. Not enough, yeah. What? They targeted their own Iron Hands with Scald. Okay, well... I guess. I'm not sure what the logic behind that play was. Were you trying to burn your own Iron Hands? Which I guess could help out with... But that would be... I don't know. Yeah, what were they afraid of? I mean, that gave me... I mean, yeah, I was worried about a Ursaluna knockout, but, I mean, I get an extra turn with Ursaluna, sure. Fire off another Hyper Voice, great. A crit on Iron Hand. I mean, yeah, I feel like they threw away a pretty big win condition for them. And then Suicune's out too. And the fact that Incineroar Terra Water means that Rillaboom actually does a really great job against it. And that's actually one of the reasons I've been tailoring around with Terra Dragon versus Water. Just because, like, yeah, I mean, now I Grassy Glide everything for KOs. So as soon as Trick Room's over, I'm not worried. I think they'll only poke... I mean, maybe. Maybe that was their plan. They were thinking, oh, it's Guts boosted Iron Hand or Hariyama or something. But yeah, I couldn't tell you. I honestly am just as shocked as you are. Alright, so Superior definitely is the bigger threat, but I can how many turns of Trick Room I got? I got 1 turn of Trick Room. I can definitely see Superior protecting. So I don't mind Blood Mooning. And Helping Handing as well. Incineroar has to have Protect, and it's highly doubtful it does. So, we're going to see Helping Hand go off. Okay, so Superior doesn't have... it didn't Protect this turn. It's still not over, because Superior could definitely run away with this game. And Superior is a tough Pokemon to deal, because I brought Primarina. But it is nice to deal with Ursaluna pretty... yeah, it's just Giga Drain. Okay. That's fine by me. Hasn't gotten any crazy boost off yet. Farigiraf has pretty much done its job. Trick Room's over. So what I want to do is Fake Out Trick Room. Yeah, Blood Moon absolutely did. It got 3 KOs this battle. So yeah, we want to Fake Out Superior and then Trick Room again. And Superior is known to be super fast, so that makes it a little bit easier for Primarina. Sure, Superior could protect this turn, and knows Giga Drain knows Protect. Probably knows Leaf Storm. But yeah, between those 3, I think we'll be fine. And I'll set up Trick Room. I think the next turn, Farigiraf has pretty much done its job. So, I think here, I want to do as much damage as possible. So, I don't mind going for, like, U-turn and Helping Hand U-turn. Yeah, oh my gosh, look how much damage that did. And then we'll bring in Primarina. Yeah, and then in this case, you just double up into... If it knocks out... yeah, Leaf Storm's Farigiraf, but at this point in the game, totally fine here. Like I said, I knew Farigiraf already did its job, so I just wanted to get as much damage on Superior as I could, use U-turn, and now it's just a combo of U-turn plus, it's great, yeah. Helping Hand Farigiraf has honestly been great, and I think you used it as well. It's been really helpful. Okay, so Superior looks like it's going to be pretty bulky here, but I'm not too concerned. We can just Moonblast. Oh, do we need a Moonblast? Yeah, we do, because Hyper Voice is technically not very effective. Yeah, +2? Yeah. Alright, so here we're going to go ahead and Moon... Alright, you know what I could do? Call out that you're going to Protect and use Calm Mind, and then U-turn. Yeah, it's a good move, yeah. I feel like Helping Hand's a little bit easier to use an ally switch for sure, but it honestly is nice. Yeah, I figured Superior is protecting, so I decided to take advantage of this and say, hey, you know what? You're going to protect this turn to get as much healing as possible. I'll set up Calm Mind. Make my Moonblast a little bit stronger going into the next turn rather than wasting it. And then also using U-turn. So, knowing the turn order, that's helpful. It's Primarina, then... excuse me, Rillaboom. Yeah, no, absolutely. Helping Hand, Venusaur, and it's a great surprise factor too. Helping Hand, honestly, is super nice because, like, if you weren't originally going to do much attack power, it's nice to just give that boost to your ally and let them hit. And so, like, in that case, yeah, this is helpful to just get a KO here. So, yeah, we should be able to get the KO now, based on us getting both Moonblast and U-turn. But we'll see what happens here. Because it's Giga Drain, Leaf Storm, Protect. I don't know what the final move would be. Probably like Terra Blast, and then have a Terra Blast of your choice. Superior actually gets a double Protect, so, ooh, okay. Well done from the opponent for playing to their outs. That definitely will keep them in the game for a little bit longer. The main thing, I definitely want to get the... Oh, man, if I got another Calm Mind, that would have been crazy. But it's a little bit harder to predict that I would have gotten that, too. But yeah, dang, Superior's all the way back to green, huh? Okay. How many more turns of Trick Room? The last turn of Trick Room. Okay. And last turn of Grassy Terrain, too. So we definitely want to Moonblast, and we want to U-turn. Their plan probably is to get a triple Protect here. I swear, if they get a triple Protect... Because then it's just, you want to KO Rillaboom. Yeah, okay. That's fair. But that means the following turn they can do Protect as well. But yeah, with +1, this should do it. Oh, yeah, thanks! Okay, I appreciate it. I was curious to see what it would do without the crit there. But that was great. That just ended the game right there and there, which is good. But yeah, the Scald on Iron Hands was very interesting. Because I mean, that could have been an easy KO on Ursaluna, and I would have gotten a big boost there. I think to Poppy's point, maybe they were thinking something like the Hariyama, but yeah, I guess they didn't opt for it. Yeah, that's a great question. So they have low-ish speed. So for instance, Incineroar technically is like 31 IVs in speed, and I think I have some investment in speed. Yeah, they were like, nah, we done. No double protects. Yeah, Primarina was like, I want to go home. I'm tired, you know. But yeah, actually, the only Pokemon that has no speed is Dusclops and Ursaluna. The rest have some speed, but they just use their lower base speed to say, hey, I don't need it as much. And with that, guys, we got to Ultra Ball rank. Let's go. 5 battles in. Got some league points there. And I think that guarantees us Herba Mystica before the next ranked season. But the game plan is to get to Master Rank. I think once we get to Master Rank, I'll probably stop doubles. Just so I can play some singles as well. I haven't built any singles team, but one Pokemon in particular, I do want to use a Cotton Guard Prankster Whimsicott, which has been fun. Okay, this is really interesting. We have Indeedee, but also with Rhyperior, Hydrapple, Hatterene, Blaziken, and Walking Wake. So this can go one of two ways, where Indeedee supports Blaziken, as Blaziken uses Protect and Bulk Up and things like that to try to get a speed boost, or we have the Trick Room shenanigans here as well. Especially too with Hydrapple and Hatterene as well. So Indeedee Hatterene is a pretty popular strategy to set up Trick Room. But I don't know if they would want to set up Trick Room just because I have Ursaluna and Dusclops who would be more than happy to take advantage of that. I don't fear any priority from their side, so I don't think Farigiraf is going to be as helpful. Dusclops looks pretty good. It can burn things. It doesn't mind Blaziken as much. I kind of like a Dusclops Primarina lead. Having Rillaboom in the back to get train control back in my favor. And I feel like I could use Ursaluna. This might be a time that I actually would Ghost Terra Ursaluna. So I will bring out Ursaluna with the expectation that I might Ghost Terra it. Rhyperior is the one Pokemon I need to be mindful of. I think burning it with Will-O-Wisp is going to be helpful. Primarina automatically threatens it with a lot of damage with Hyper Voice, and so does Rillaboom with the Scratch-type moves as well. So that might be a little bit worried about using. So Entity Hat, sure. And let's see what we learn from it. Entity sets up Psychic Surge, okay. There's no Wide Guard also, and you don't have a safe switch into water. Hatterene actually has Psychic Seed, that's interesting. One thing I do want to stop is any Expanding Force shenanigans. Entity has Rocky Helmet, and we saw the Psychic Seed earlier. Cool. So I'm going to Hyper Voice just to get some damage off, and then I'm going to go ahead and switch into Rillaboom. Yeah, the main thing I want to avoid is any Expanding Force shenanigans from Hatterene. I don't mind Trick Room as much just because I can take advantage of it with Grassy Glide and all the other type of attacks I have. Yeah. So, I'm going to take the train for myself. If they set up Trick Room, so be it. Ursaluna can switch in and eventually start wrecking shop too. So, no follow me's, which is great to see. I get to fire off my own Throat Spray, which is nice. A little bit of chip with it. But yeah, Hatterene just went for Expanding Force. That's nice to see. And then does Indeedee go for Trick Room? Okay. Cool. I forget who's faster between Hatterene and Indeedee. Oh, and Blood Moon. But I am the lowest speed possible. I'll have to look that up. I think Hat is at base 20 or something. With that, I don't feel like I need to do any crazy predictions. I'm going to go ahead and just U-turn into Indeedee. Yeah, it's fine. I'm going to eat a Dazzling, sure. Some more chip. That does a good amount of damage, and I get U-turn off. Actually knock out Indeedee, which is great. I guess the question here is to ask what their next Pokemon would be. If it's Rhyperior, Blood Moon automatically threatens it. I don't mind going to Blood Moon for now. Actually, let me look at... Yeah, no, I don't blame you. Honestly, I feel like 3 attack and 8 speed is really solid for the most part. I wouldn't worry too much about that. And honestly would work for a team like this, you know? So, I say it's good. And if you really want another Pokemon, you can get it. Oh, Hatterene's at 29. And Hydrapple comes out. Hydrapple, what is your speed? .44. Huh. I'll protect with Primarina for now. I will Terra Ghost, Blood Moon, into Hydrapple. That does mean I won't be able to set up my own weakness policy, but I also recognize that these are 2 really strong special attackers, and I'm not ready to take that much special attack quite yet. And then Rillaboom at the end game definitely can clean up. If I get rid of Hydrapple, I feel like Rillaboom itself can do a great job of just like, I can focus down on Hydrapple and get the KOs that I need. I can focus down on the rest of the opponent and get the KOs I need outside of Trick Room. So Hydrapple protects, unfortunately. But that also means that I will protect with Primarina. Let's see what Hatterene does. Probably Dazzling Gleam, right? Because you don't have to do too much there. Yeah, it dazzles. Okay. Okay, and that's helpful information. Hatterene outspeeds me. This is definitely a tricky one. Okay. We get some healing. How many turns of Trick Room I got? 2 turns of Trick Room. I definitely feel confident switching to Dusclops. And I want to Hyper Voice both. I think the following turn, then I can use something like Nightshade to pick up a KO. Yeah, if I pinned down Hatterene that turn, that would have been really helpful, but... This is definitely a close finish. Okay, Hydrapple has Life Orb. Oof, that's a big... Yeah, you're gonna hit with Expanding Force. Okay, survive. Oh, I get Outspeed Hydrapple, that's good. Whew, okay. I will happily take that Energy Ball any day of the week. Dusclops outspeeds, which is great to see. Hydrapple also heals up. And I said Trick Room ends in one turn. I'm down to Nightshade Hatterene. I feel like, yeah, I'm going to Hyper Voice Nightshade Hatterene. I feel like Hydrapple protecting feels obvious, and I don't need Trick Room after this turn. They haven't Terra'd yet, either. So that's also something I'm a little bit concerned about. Okay, we get the Nightshade off. Hat goes for Expanding Force one more time. Please don't KO. We survived with 1 HP! Let's go! Okay, now, I admit it sucks to lose Ursaluna. Because we actually speed tied, which hurts. I did not realize that. But the good thing here is that Trick Room's over. Trick Room's over. Grassy Train disappears. Okay. This is tough. This is close. So, if I blend in Primarina, I can get a KO on Hatterene, but then it's dealing with Hydrapple, which is going to be tough. If I use Rillaboom, I can use Fake Out on Hat. That's a guaranteed KO. And then I would want to use something like Nightshade on Hydrapple. Shoot. Okay. This is tough. Yeah. I feel like Hydrapple can protect. Yeah. So we're going to go this route. Because then the following turn I can use something like U-Turn. And then try to KO Hydrapple that way. I don't want him to get another Trick Room up. Is the main thing. So I'm going to Nightshade into their own Hydrapple. Yeah, I'm going to Nightshade into a Hydrapple. And I will Fake Out into Hatterene. I think that as long as I can't... If I don't get KO'd by a Hydrapple move, which is tough, I have taken a decent amount of damage. I think we can pull this off. Fine by me. Fine by me. We love to see it. I was not targeting Hydrapple. Oh, double protect. Okay. Makes it a little bit trickier. Not necessarily. Okay. I'm going to say that Hatterene has less than 50 HP. And I'm going to actually U-turn. Shoot. Okay. U-turn seems obvious. I'm going to U-turn it into Hatterene as well. Okay. Their main thing is they want to reset up Trick Room. I want to say no to that. Their call would be that they would have had to have targeted Rillaboom with a Grass-type move. This is so tough, yeah. They could also switch out Hatterene, which would be a move. But I'm hoping this double up will be enough. Okay, so we are finally going to see a Terra. Please let it be a Terra that helps me out in the long run. It's Hydrapple Terrarine. Please let it be Fire Terra. This is actually great. Okay. Because that means that Primarina, if you didn't target Rillaboom, or if you targeted Rillaboom with, okay, that's perfect. We knock out Hatterene, meaning Hatterene can't set up Trick Room. If you targeted Rillaboom with the if you target Rillaboom with a Dragon type move, or you target Dusclops, we're gonna be in a good spot here. Okay, a targeted Dusclops. Perfect. Fine by me. And I gotta fire off this Nightshade. Oh, we love to see it. We love to see it. Okay. We got this. We got Primarina in safely. What's your last Pokemon? Please let it be Rhyperior. Blaziken! Okay. I don't know how I feel about that. Because Blaziken, could potentially try to hit Primarina. Actually, it wouldn't hit it well. So I will, Nightshade it, and I will Hyper Voice as well. Blaziken might want to protect, but Hydropple protects. That means that does Blaziken go for a big attack here? Temper Flare, okay. I take that like a champ. And I also targeted Blaziken as well. Okay, so we're looking pretty good here. Look at that. Primarina! Let's go! Yo, we gotta get some hype for Primarina. Let's go. That Temper Flare bounced off of us. Dusclops showing its defensive prowess. And the opponent committing to Fire Tera Hydropple was huge for us. We get a Nightshade here. And we get a Hyper Voice. GG, well played. Get out of here, Hydropple. Get out of here. Oh my goodness, that was a great battle. Woo! Well done for my opponent, though. Yeah, it was interesting, because, like, we both were Trick Room teams, and there were moments where we wanted Trick Room and moments where we didn't. And actually, at that end game, Blaziken was the best answer against Rillaboom. I was very glad that we didn't have to worry about Blaziken in the long run, and Hydropple protecting was totally fine. I had Hyper Voice to keep it going. I was worried that Blaziken had a move against Primarina and knocked it out. That honestly is where things would have gotten hairy. Because if Blaziken had a move that knocked out Primarina, then it's like, okay, well, Rillaboom doesn't have high horsepower, so it doesn't have to hit against Blaziken or Hydropple. I've already used up my Tera, and that would have been really hard to take on. So, woo! Yeah, that was definitely a very scary battle indeed. Well played. It could have gone any way, but that was fun. That was fun. And yeah, Hatterene becoming, like, an expanding force user, I was glad to have terrain control for the majority of that battle. Alright, Adjo, what you got? Ooh, this is interesting. They are also Trick Room heavy, but they're using the same 3 water grass core we are, Primarina, Rillaboom, and Incineroar, but their team differs a little bit. Mainly that they also have a long neck Pokemon, the different one. They got Registeel, though, and they have Porygon, too. One thing about Registeel, though, is that oh man, that's tough because that's Clear Body, right? So that's Body Press, that's Amnesia, things like that. And Registeel can Tera, right? So if you're worried about Ursaluna, just Tera, you know, Earth Power, they probably have a Tera for that, right? So yeah, Registeel actually poses some big challenges. Dusclops looks to be ready to answer that call, though. I can Will-O-Wisp it, and I don't mind Trick Room as much, so I think I'm going to lean on Dusclops a little bit here. I think the one problem with Dusclops, though, is that it is Incineroar weak, so I do need to be mindful of that. And I think that's another benefit of Porygon, too, as a Trick Room user. It doesn't have to worry about Incineroar as much. With that being said, let me go ahead and bring in Dusclops. Yeah, I really am worried about that Registeel. I feel like that's going to be... I'm going to bring in my own Incineroar to see what's up. I'll bring in Rillaboom, and I'll bring in Blood Moon. I'm going to drop Primarina this round, just because against, yeah, Bolt is the reason I feel like I have to drop Primarina. I think if Bolt wasn't on the team, I might play a little bit more of the Water, Fire, Grass core, but having Bolt on that team, on his team, oof, that's a little bit scary, you know what I'm saying? So, we're going to go ahead and drop it for now. Yep, it is Registeel and Rillaboom. I do bring in my own Incineroar and Dusclops as well. So, Registeel probably is going to look to set up, like, Iron Defenses and things. Yeah, Clear Body activates, sure. And then Rillaboom has to take an attack drop. Registeel has Leftovers, sure, and Rillaboom would be also Assault Vest. Okay, so I think in this case I do feel confident going for Will-O-Wisp, and I will go ahead and fire off a parting shot into Rillaboom. Expecting Rillaboom not to either switch out or stay in. So Rillaboom does fake out, sure. I can't move. Sure. And Iron Defense comes up. Yep, it's the body press stuff. So we want to be very careful about this. This is not going to be pretty. I do set up Will-O-Wisp, though, so that will actually have the damage from Iron Press, Body Press, and possibly I could use Ghost Terror with Blood Moon Ursaluna to get the KO. So that's what I'm expecting Registeel to do. We want to make sure that we don't let it go too crazy there. I'm going to go ahead and Will-O-Wisp into Rillaboom. What could Rillaboom switch into? Probably Porygon 2, Incineroar of their own, Primarina, or Raging Bolt. So I will Will-O-Wisp, and I will also use Parting Shot into Rillaboom. So Rillaboom is going to use U-Turn Surf. So essentially it's very similar to what we were expecting. I'm not too worried about that. And then we're going to go ahead and use Parting Shot. And their own Incineroar. So while the Will-O-Wisp won't work, at least the Parting Shot will. Alright, one thing I do need to be mindful of when Incineroar does threaten both Dusclops and Blood Moon Ursaluna. So I want to be mindful. Yeah, this duo is kind of interesting in that regard. I don't have high horsepower. It wouldn't be as effective anyways. Feel like that might be a... you know what? I will go for it. I'll go for more offensive presence early on. Yeah, Registeel is going to keep on using Iron Defense. Sure, Will-O-Wisp doesn't work. Okay. Yeah, no, absolutely. This team definitely I feel like I can think turns ahead with it. With the other beat-up combo, it's a little bit harder to see that. But this one, it feels like the plays are relatively easy to pick up on, right? So, I think for now, I don't mind. Yeah, so on that point, I will Trick Room. We see Rillaboom. Yeah, so Blood Moon Ursaluna looks really strong here, so I will go ahead and Protect for now. Steel protects, which I don't mind. So it definitely seems like the Body Press combo stuff. I will Protect with Ursaluna as well. Incineroar Parting Shots into Ursaluna, which is A-okay by me. And we're going to go ahead and set up Trick Room here. Alright, the main question here is, like, what would I anticipate Incineroar to do? Unfortunately, the weirdness of this is I actually can't activate both Weakness Policy and Ghost Terror at the same time, which isn't fun. But what I could do... I think, what do I want? I want to make sure I do a good amount of damage on Incineroar, right? So, I think I'm down to actually Night Shade into Registeel. I will Ghost Terra, and I'm going to actually Blood Moon into... Blood Moon or Earth Power. Obviously, Earth Power is super effective, but I do want to anticipate Incineroar deciding to do a Terra. So, I don't mind Blood Mooning for now. Okay, so... we'll see if they commit a Terra. Nice thing here is that, like I said, because... I did burn Registeel, and Registeel's probably offensive attack is Body Press. This does make it a little bit easier for me to knock out Registeel. So yeah, they are going to commit a Terra. I don't think it would be Registeel though, because you would feel confident in your... Oh, it is Registeel. Okay, well, now I feel very confident firing off Hyper Voices till Kingdom Come. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to fire off this Nightshade. And I'll get Blood Moon off. Yeah, it does a decent amount of damage right there. Citrus Berry, right? Sure. Yeah, Body Press comes out, but it doesn't affect me anymore. But great call out. This is actually even better. I was literally talking about, oh, I can't activate my own weakness policy. Well, Incineroar did it for me. So thank you, Incineroar. We appreciate that. Now with the +2 in special attack and special and attack, the attack boost is not a big deal. But yeah, now I can comfortably go and say, hey, you know what? I will, Yeah, Registeel does not exert any offensive pressure. Yeah, thank you, opponent. Thank you. Yeah, so I will definitely Nightshade into Incineroar, and I'm going to Hyper Voice both. Yeah, Registeel, luckily, because its main move is Body Press, which I dealt with. Okay, sure, you're going to withdraw Incineroar. Who are you bringing out? Rillaboom? Okay, you're going to be taking a lot of damage this turn. Yeah, look how much it does to Registeel. And Steel does high... That did 8 damage. I healed more from Grassy Terrain than I took damage. That's insane. Okay, Grassy Terrain disappears anyways, so that's even better for me. Yeah, this is just a free double KO here. So I think I'm going to go for Registeel. Alright, let me see how many turns of Trick Room I got. I got 2 more turns of Trick Room. I'm going to Nightshade Rillaboom actually, and I'm going to Hyper Voice both. Because Registeel is exerting no offensive pressure whatsoever. Perfect, this is even better. Sure, you might get Grassy Terrain back up, but I'm glad I went for this play. Incineroar comes back out. It intimidates me. Okay. Registeel protects, which is... Again, I'm going after Incineroar. I'm trying to do as much damage as possible. Yeah, he really should quit while he's ahead. Yeah, absolutely. That's crazy. Yeah. And so, yeah, I mean, this next turn is going to be really easy. Sure, you can bring out Rillaboom, but I'm all set up, ready to go. But yeah, that, the knockoff honestly worked out great. I was like, cool. I wasn't anticipating getting the weakness policy boost, but now I get to go crazy with it. So I can see why people on Reddit are complaining about this. And now it is Primarina coming out to play here. So, how many, Trick Room, I got 1 more turn. So I do feel like I'm going to Nightshade into Primarina, and I'm going to Blood Moon into it as well. Sure, but again, what is Registeel doing here? Another way that you could play this team is actually have Dusclops have Shadow Sneak, and then Ghost Terror Blood Moon. So, yeah, that was a crit. It did 11 damage total. So, I just want you guys to think about the amount of damage here. So, again, the opponent has to have a knockout against Dusclops. They don't have an answer here. So, I feel free to just hit the Trick Room button, and I'm going to protect again. They would have to have Taunt, which Primarina doesn't know. Primarina has to get, like, yeah, it has to Moonblast. It doesn't even come close to a KO. Primarina is even Life Orbed on top of that. And we get Heavy Slam, which does... I'm still in green. So, yeah, we good. We just jiving. We just chilling here. Yeah, and then the main thing is I have Rillaboom and Incineroar in the back. Once I knock out Registeel, then it's pretty much game over. So, I'm just going to go ahead and Hyper Voice, and I got 5 turns of Trick Room to work with. They're going to cancel. Yeah, because the way I looked at that was like, alright, I'll Hyper Voice will knock out Registeel at that point. Then Primarina would protect. I would still then have multiple turns of Trick Room to use. I'll probably burn their own Rillaboom. Protect with my own, or just attack with Ursaluna, saying, hey, I can take a Grassy Glide, not a big deal, and then pretty much end the game from there. Yeah, the only problem would be, and then really focus down on knocking out Rillaboom, because we know that it's Assault Vest, right? So I'd probably Blood Moon and Nightshade, actually, on that slot, saying I can take 1 Grassy Glide, not a big deal, and then... Against Primarina, my own Rillaboom eats it for breakfast, and I can just use Incineroar for fake out support, right? So, yeah, absolutely. And I agree with that, Apollo. I think that the last regulation was so heavy on Water Urshifu that made it a lot harder for Blood Moon to really like find its footing. And that also happened with normal Ursaluna as well, where normal Ursaluna was like really good, honestly, in Regulation D for sure. But I think Regulation E also thrown Ogerpon. So Ogerpon plus Urshifu made it really hard for normal Ursaluna to really come out and play. And to be fair, like, Ursaluna still is a strong Pokemon. I fought a couple in Regulation E. It's not an easy thing to beat. But and I think in this one especially, Blood Moon feels a lot more confident against a lot of teams. And the focus on Raging Bolt has allowed Blood Moon to kind of come up and be like, I'm the guy who's going to take him on. Right? I got this. I'm good. Because a lot of the things that... I'm trying to think of, like, Ground-type Pokemon, right? Or Pokemon that would want to use Ground-type moves against... Or, okay, so if you think about Pokemon that would want to be super effective against Raging Bolt, right? It's Flutter Mane, so Fairy-type moves. There aren't many Ground-type Pokemon in the format that are great, right? Garchomp is... When's the last time you've seen Garchomp, right? Garchomp, honestly, would be a pretty solid answer into Raging Bolt, but, yeah, both Ground and Dragon. Dragon-type moves, yeah, not as much, but, yeah, I think Blood Moon really works well, especially with the Fire, Water, Grass course supporting it, and it definitely feels a lot nicer to use. So that was an awesome battle. Y'all, we're one battle away from Master Rank. 5 wins, 2 this team feels great. If you guys want to borrow this team, highly recommend it. It's awesome. I've enjoyed it. So shout out to the creator. I will look up who it was and I'll send it over to you guys. But yeah, this is great. That being said, let's not get our head over ourselves because Epic Games is coming at us. And they got a Fire, Water, Grass core of their own, as well as with Metagross, Amoonguss, and Raging Bolt. I think I've seen this team before, if I'm not mistaken. Urshifu is the one challenge I have, but I think I can get away with beating it. The one challenge is their own Rillaboom, right? Because I feel like Primarina looks really good in this matchup. And Farigiraf can support Primarina. Okay, so I kind of want to go with Primarina and Farigiraf. I think that's going to be the mode I'm going for. Because Primarina is actually a Grass Terra. So if Amoonguss comes out to play, I'm good. Don't worry about it. From there, I'll go with... I think Ursaluna to clean things up. And I think I'll go for my own Rillaboom. This one doesn't have high horsepower, which is a little bit unfortunate. So I don't have as strong of a hit on both Bolt and Metagross as I would like. But I think I can get a good game. Like, Primarina does really well against Urshifu, decent against a Metagross, but really well against... and Grass Terra honestly helps me out against Rillaboom as well. So let's see what the opponent's starting off with, and we'll go from there. So, Bolt and Incineroar versus Primarina and Farigiraf. Okay, so nice thing here is that Incineroar is incentivized not to click Fake Out, but I also am worried about eating a pretty big knockoff immediately, right? So I do feel confident firing off a Hyper Voice immediately. I don't know if I want to do Helping Hand or if I want to do something else. I honestly wouldn't mind firing off my own Rillaboom here. Anticipating, they would anticipate that I would want to stay in with Farigiraf and not click the Fake Out button, right? So, or Thunderclap here. Bolt might try to set up, Calm Mind, but if I can get Bolt to a point where it's not going to do that much damage, like that, we can win this. Okay, so Incineroar just sets up Parting Shot against Primarina. So, dang, that would have been an okay opportunity to set up Trick Room, I guess. Also knowing that Primarina is slower than Bolt actually would have helped out too. But I could see their play there. Say, hey, you're going to get Trick Room up anyways. I'm glad I didn't commit a Terra. That would have been kind of disastrous. Alright, Metagross comes out to play. And we do fire off this Hyper Voice. Not really effective on either, but alright, not definitely not effective. But luckily we get a special attack boost, so we're now neutral special attack. Bolt reveals that it does have the yeah, I know this Bolt. I feature a Bolt pretty similar to this. I know this team. then we have Reggie, and then Metagross. So we know it's Incineroar, Metagross, Bolt. I do feel confident for... maybe I'll set up my own Calm Mind. And I'll set up a... I'll fake out turn 1. I think the one challenge is I don't know Metagross's speed. I'm hoping that Metagross doesn't have much speed. But you just saw me use Throat Spray. I don't get why you did that play. Okay. I guess they were predicting I would switch out Primarina. Now, I'm at +1 special attack, you're at +1 special defense, and I'm also at +1 special defense as well. Metagross heals. Yeah, so we know the turn order, essentially. I think in this case, I'm down to Hyper Voice on both, and I'm actually going to U-turn now into Metagross as well. Okay, Bolt doesn't protect, but I get them U-turn on Metagross to then now bring it in Farigiraf here. Blood Moon can definitely pop off. I just need to get the right positioning for it. Yeah, Bolt sets up another Calm Mind, sure. I think that this is one of the big challenges I have to contend with Bolt using Calm Mind all the time. The Threat of the Long Necks. Alright, so knock off. That was just a one-hit KO. Jeez. Okay. Jeez, Farigiraf got rocked by that. That was not fun. Well, I don't get Fake Out this game, which kind of hurts. But I'm close to knocking out Metagross, which is nice. They did a lot of damage, so I do feel like I can set up another Fake Out and then go into using Calm Mind again. Yeah. Because now I'm at +1 and +1 defense. So I can get back another one. And I'll Fake Out Metagross. Metagross switches, sure. Because what I'm hoping is that I get to a game state where I could also Grass Terra. Okay, so we are going to see that Thunderclapping coming our way. Okay. Yeah, it was that quick, yeah. That is very true, yeah. It was definitely a very quick, like, oh, I got knocked out, which was a rough one. Okay, here I definitely feel like I can Grass Terra, and I'm going to Hyper Voice on both with that +2, and I'm going to U-turn into Bolt to get some chip. This allows me to say, hey, if Thunderclap comes off, I'm not as worried about it. I do now have to worry about the Dragon-type moves, but I think with Blood Moon on the field as well, I can make my opponent kind of think twice before they go for something. Yeah, I should have thought about that a little bit further, saying, hey, they do have Fake Out pressure, so they can easily go for Fake Out there. But I'm hopeful here that now, with Blood Moon and Primarina kind of threatening, they have to kind of think twice of how they want to play this. So we are going to eat up Dragon Pulse on Blood Moon side. Does a lot of damage, which isn't great. Ooh, yeah, this is a tough one. I think the issue was I didn't kind of read through the Fake Out part, and I should have just protected that turn, saying, hey, and then have Rillaboom go after Bolt. But yeah, this is definitely a tough thing, because Bolt can stick on the field for a very long time. But I'm actually going to try to pressure the opponent and saying, hey, you know what? You can only target one Pokemon, and I'm going to try to double up on the Bolt slot. Bolt could definitely protect here, absolutely. But Bolt decides not to protect here. Alright, so my hope here is that we get a crit. Flare Blitz comes off. That's actually going to hurt. Yeah. And that was the problem of, like, Meat Grass Terran kind of early. Alright, so it's game over. Unfortunately. We just don't have enough firepower. Yeah, and that was definitely a turn. I'll point to that turn. If I protected instead of going for the Grass Terra, I think that could have been a lot cleaner. But yeah, Bolt does really well on these types of compositions just because it's just super bulky. Sets up enough Calm Minds, and then it just Dragon Pulse and Thunderblast to Kingdom Come. And the only threat to it was Primarina. They found a way to threaten it off, and once they're done, they're done. Yeah, Flutter Mane also runs into a very similar issue because Thunderclap is a big threat. And yeah, they recognize, hey, Farigiraf was their is my biggest threat. Stops priority, and with support from Farigiraf, Primarina, it can't really, Primarina really threatens Bolt if I set up a Trick Room, for instance. So yeah, they had a easy way to do that. Hey, what's going on, Komodo? How you doing? Great to see ya. We love the shiny Charmander hype. Thank you for giving us that shiny Charmander hype as we get into these battles here. But yeah, the Raging Bolt team that you guys just saw that I fought against, definitely recommend looking into that one. Very strong. But it's important to know how to play against that. Alright, so speaking of Bolt, he's coming back. But he also has some new friends, including Goldengo, Tornadus, and Urshifu as well. So probably that's a Water, Fire, Grass Core with Blood Moon, with Goldengo and Raging Bolt. Ursaluna does kind of pop off. I think the question here is, how do I set up Trick Room to get us to that game state? Hey, no worries at all, Komodo. Yeah, I know you're on the other side of the world here. Yeah, doing well. We're just here doing some battles here. We've been streaming for about, getting close to that 2-hour mark here. But trying to get ourselves to Master Rank. And I think we can get there. I think with Primarina and Farigiraf, actually, you know what, I do feel, yeah, I think Primarina and Farigiraf look pretty, you know what, Farigiraf and Incineroar with Ursaluna and Primarina in the back. Okay. Yeah, I think the one thing about this team I'm getting used to is I don't have high horsepower. I instead have U-turn. Having ground coverage is really nice, but yeah, we just don't have it. Reason I went for Incineroar is, like, if they do have their own Incineroar, their objective, like, they would have to fake out or use knockoff, so I want to make sure I prevent that. Perfect, Urshifu and Tornadus versus Incineroar and Primarina. So, they can't use priority. I don't have to worry too much about any of that. So, this is pretty free to say, hey, you know what, I'm going to set up Trick Room, and I'm going to go ahead and fake out their own Urshifu here. Yeah, so you're going to set up Rain Dance. Okay. So, pretty easy to set up Trick Room. Nice thing here, I don't have to worry about Aqua Jets, or anything like that, and we can go from there. They technically have they have some safe switch into a Psychic, but I do feel comfortable firing off Psychic into their Urshifu, and I'm going to bring in Primarina for now. I could have used, I'm dumb, I should have used Parting Shot instead, but that's fine. Okay, well, they're gonna let me get the Psychic off, which is great. And that's Urshifu off the board. Tornadus probably is gonna use Bleak Wind, yeah. We take that comfortably. And yeah, so thanks to the, and Bolt comes out. Okay. This is an interesting question. Do I try to pick up the KO on... I think I'm going to go ahead and try to pick up the KO on Tornadus using Helping Hand and Hyper Voice. Yeah, so Bolt is feeling tempted to Terra, which is fine by me. What would your Terra be? Probably something to get rid of your Dragon typing, like a Grass? Okay, Grass isn't too bad. Then Incineroar will eventually get the KO that I need it to get. But yeah, we can just Helping Hand for now, do a decent amount of damage here. I probably get the KO on 20. Oh, I'm very close. Was it Focus Sash? Okay, so Bolt's gonna set up Calm Mind, sure. And we get another Bleak Wind up. Okay. Oh, critical hit on Primarina. We don't like to see that, but... Oh, and Farigiraf loses its speed, which is actually helpful for us. Funny enough. Bolt doesn't have any spread moves either, which is good. How many more turns of Trick Room? We got 2 more turns of Trick Room and 2 more turns of Rain. So let's go ahead and just do as much damage as possible. What could you switch into? Golden-Go, Rillaboom, or Incineroar. I'm down for a Dazzling just to hit them all. Oh, you know what? I'll hit Bolt with a Psychic, and I'll hit with Hyper Voice as well. Tornadus protects, sure. That means that Bolt would have to target one of them? Oh, I get a double protect. Okay. This is interesting. I guess the question is, how much do I need Trick Room? Because I could get it back up, but actually, you know what? The anti-priority is kind of helpful. I actually feel confident switching it. Ooh, this is kind of tough to make the call like that. Is Golden-Go is the last. I'm down to still do the Psychic Hyper Voice combo here. Tornadus switches. Okay, that's interesting. Into Rillaboom. Okay, that makes sense. Wow, that actually did a lot of damage. And yeah, we're gonna eat a Dragon Pulse, sir. Rain's over, but this does make it a little bit easier for Incineroar to get the KOs that it needs. And I don't think Incineroar needs to Terra at all. Trick Room's over too. I think in this case, I do feel like going into Blood Moon. Ghost Terra. Hyper Voice on both. Alright, do I Hyper Voice or do I use Blood Moon? Blood Moon is a pretty committed. Ghost Terra for sure. Hyper Voice on both. This is a tough call. I think I'm going to Ghost Terra Blood Moon into Bolt to guarantee I get the KO. And I'm going to protect Primarina. This covers for Fake Out on my own Blood Moon, Grassy Glide on my own Blood Moon. It's doubtful that you would want to go for Thunderclap on Blood Moon. So I'm hopeful I can pick up a KO here. Alright, so I get the Protect off, so it doesn't seem like they're going to be protecting here. Yep, we got Thunderclap. It was going into Primarina. And we got Woodhammer. So the Terra was important. We survived, which is huge. And we get to fire off this Blood Moon here. Perfect. Okay. Knocking out Bolt is big. Okay. I feel like I want to try to KO Tornadus. I'm going to Hyper Voice. And I'm going to Moonblast it. Ah, shoot. Does Tornadus go for Leak Wind? I avoid. That's huge. That's all I needed. Woo! Okay. Cool, because Incineroar can win the game from here. That was big. That was big. Great call from the opponent, though. I think that was definitely the right call here. But yeah, this is pretty easy. It's Fake Out into Blood Moon, and then Flare Blitz and Hyper Voice. But yeah, that Terra with Ursaluna was so important. But yeah, we can just Blood Moon and then Fake Out. Perfect. Oh my goodness. Woo! That was a good one. We had Trick Room that we got up early. We had to deal with the Rain Dance shenanigans, which was really tough. And they gave us Urshifu for free. I felt like that was really nice for us. Of like, hey, we did Fake Out and then immediately use Psychic that turn, and that really helped out a lot. I will say that the area that I could have improved on was when I used Incineroar and switched out to Primarina. I should have used Parting Shot instead on the Tornadus, and that would have helped me deal with the Bleak Winds a little bit better there. I don't want to continue yet, because I have a feeling... Ah, dang, we were close. Okay, it looks like we need one more battle here. But yeah, we'll use this team, and then we can move on to the third one, but this honestly is a really solid team. If you enjoy Trick Room, if you want to try to find a way to use Blood Moon or Ursaluna, this might be the team for you. Highly recommend it, it's really fun. I can easily build you all the components too. You'd have to have your own Blood Moon that has... I think the attack isn't as big of a deal, but I think as low a speed as possible. And then you can go from there. Okay. With that, let's go ahead and see what we're up against. Oh, this is really scary. I know what this combo is. Basically, what they're going to try to do is have the Dondozo and Tatsugiri be poisoned. Dondozo tries to... outlive while Tatsugiri gets itself knocked out, and then Flamigo with Co-Star gets the boost. And we also have Regieleki for either speed control or able to support like that. And then we also have Mimikyu as well, and then Garganacl. So, very Series 1 with Regieleki mixed into it. With that, Rillaboom honestly looks really strong, being able to threaten with priority attacks, which I really like. I also like the idea of Incineroar in theory. I think that Primarina looks really good against it as well. Ursaluna outside of Trick Room looks pretty good, promising too, just because of ground typing. I just have to watch out for Tatsugiri and Dondozo and how they want to commit it. But I think it's pretty safe to bring in Rillaboom. The other components, I could also set... you know what? I do feel like setting up even Trick Room would be helpful. So like even Rillaboom Dusclops looks really strong. They don't have immediate priority. I definitely like Ursaluna. And Grass Terra Primarina could work out well if I get to a game state where I can use it. Because it's basically, I just need to deal with Regieleki. And then we're good. Alright, so this is definitely a very scary fight for sure. There's definitely a lot of different mechanics that can happen here. Hoping to get to Master Rank just because I do... Okay, so it's Tatsugiri, Regieleki, and Rillaboom, and Dusclops. So I figured as much. Regieleki has Choice Band and Toxic Orb, yeah. Okay. So yeah, we can fake out Regieleki, and I'm just gonna go ahead and set up Trick Room. Okay, so Regieleki is gonna go for probably a Ghost Terra then. Normal Terra. Oh, that's cute. It's gonna go... This seems like an autopilot team. Because if you're gonna do a move like this, yeah, Endure, sure. But I literally stopped this. I got a crit on that too. Because you're gonna use Explosion, right? Yeah. Because the idea is then you immediately send in Dondozo. So with that, I'm just going to Woodhammer Regieleki, and I'm going to Nightshade into Tatsugiri, yeah. Okay, yeah, then it's going to be Dondozo, right, coming out? Okay, then I'll just burn Dondozo. Commander gets set up, which is fine by me. Yeah, Woodhammer does a lot of damage too, right? Alright, no worries at all, man. I feel like we're gonna... Oh, jeez. I'm literally about to get the KO there. No Rocky Helmet, right? I mean, I feel confident going for another Woodhammer. Yeah, the double up will be enough to get the KO. If as long as you didn't cover 50 damage, then I should be fine. Tatsuki gets hit by poison. So I'm going to Woodhammer here. Yeah, Woodhammer. And I'm going to go ahead and use Nightshade as well. Okay, done. Tatsugiri's done. I mean, Dondozo's done. More like done, Dozo. Haha! Apollo's looking, so he can't make fun of me for that joke. Tatsugiri's gonna get hit by poison. Big deal. Flamigo comes out. Okay, so Flamigo might try to threaten Rillaboom here. So, Co-Star copy, but you don't have any stats to copy anyways. So I think in this case I'm going to switch into Primarina, and I am going to Will-O-Wisp into Flamigo. I can then Moonblast into... I have free Moonblast. Nothing that Tatsugiri does is scares Primarina. The only thing I have to take is a really strong Brave Bird. But with the burn, should be easy. Done? Okay. You'd have to have Lumberry. Okay, sure. I took 40 damage. And the acrobatics kicks in, but it's fine. You haven't teared yet, so that's the other consideration. What tear would Flamigo have? Probably like Ghost? How many turns of Trick Room I got? I got 1 turn of Trick Room left. Okay. I'm down for Calm Mind. Oh, you committed your tear already. I'm dumb. Yeah, then I'll Moonblast you. And I'll Nightshade Flamigo as well. Alright, Flamigo's gone. And again, it really depends on what Tatsukiri can do at this point, which probably is going to be nothing. Oh man, I feel bad. It's a fun team what the opponent is running, but it's focused on, it's such a domino effect that you need the right domino to fall at the beginning, and I was just gonna 100% deny it, and they should have thought, like, okay, what's the way to play around this? It should have been either switching immediately into Dondozo or something else, right? But I didn't care. Because I get the strat, right? It's to enable both Flamigo and Dondozo, but we didn't have to worry about that. Regieleki comes back out. I'm just going to put... Trick Room's over, right? Yep. Cool. I'm going to protect. I'm going to set up Trick Room again. Your best bet is to get a double KO here. And they forfeit. Cool. There you go. Yes. That was a fun battle. Yeah. It really did feel like they found this team. They were playing on autopilot, unfortunately. What I recommend, if you do find a team, like, watch a couple people play battles with it, kind of understand the groove of it, before you say, hey, I'm going to commit to it. Y'all, I think we hit Master Rank. Not yet. I really do feel like we got it. Yo! Yeah! Let's go! Yo, I'm so excited! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh, I know, Apollo, you're lurking, but I have to text you. We did it, y'all. Let's go! Ooh! We got that master rank and 1664 already. Yo, that's awesome. Day 1, and we're already at master rank. I'm excited. Let's get some hype. Yes, Dax, let's get the hype in the chat. Oh my goodness, this team's so much fun. The Terrakion team's okay, but like, if you're like, hey, I want to jump in on this format, really understand how it plays, like, this team does so much work. It is so much fun to use. Highly recommend it. It is. I really enjoyed it. I think Primarina is the perfect fit on this team. because it really does a great job of dissuading Urshifu. And honestly, it's like, yo, if you're worried about Urshifu at the get-go, Farigiraf, done. Really does a great job, especially with Incineroar, right? Because Incineroar wants to use Fake Out, but the problem with using, like, Indeedee is that Psychic Terrain prevents your Fake Out, but here it's like, oh, I can Fake Out, and I'll use Trick Room. Like, that battle was a great one. Highlighted, like, oh, yeah, they gave us Urshifu for free. I understand why, because they were like, you know, Raging Bolt's Terror was more important, which it was. It definitely kept them in the game longer. But it was like, yeah, it was nice that we just cleared Urshifu, didn't even think about it. I think their switching from Tornadus to Rillaboom was really good. I'll have to go through that replay again, because I really want to watch that replay. Because their switching to that was really good. And then we pinned them basically saying, like, look, I recognize, that I'm going to get knocked out. And I'm going from there. I think the one thing is, like, let's say Bleak Wind did hit, and I did get knocked out. Let's assume that happened. If that happened, then Incineroar naturally will use Fake Out. Stop that. And then I guess the question is, what does Rillaboom have against Incineroar? If it does have high horsepower, then it's a whole different game. But if it didn't have high horsepower, then I might be able to win. I think I would out-damage Rillaboom. My Flare Blitz, especially at -1, my Flare Blitz is going to do a lot more. So, like, I probably would get the KO there. So, I think it still was winnable with Incineroar as well, but yeah. And I think that's one thing that makes Incineroar really great in this format as well, is just like, Incineroar is, and that's why it's like the perfect support Pokemon, because it's a support Pokemon that also has offensive presence. Like, Flare Blitz hits like a truck. So if you're like, hey, I actually do need some attacking power, it's really helpful there. But yeah, awesome, cool. I'm so excited for us. We got Master Rank already. 7 battles in, 10 battles total in this 2-hour. It really is about 5 battles per hour. And 7 wins, 3 losses. So, yo, this team is definitely really fun. Could be something to bring. Trick Room is really strong, so it could be something to bring in Charlotte for sure. I do want to try out the other team I was thinking about, which was the Alolan Ninetales team. But I do have an appointment for my house happening at 4, so I want to be mindful of that. You know what, we can I don't know, should I go ahead and switch over? Because I was thinking about doing I'm going to take a small break. So, right now what we're going to do is we're going to go and hunt the Cyclizar scales, and then from there we will play a little bit later. Oh wait, go, Golden, go get the, okay, beat up the Pachirisu, because actually I do need that for Thunderbolt. Alright, beat up that Cyclizar. So we're going to take a small break, just enjoy the excitement of us getting Master Rank, which I'm really pumped about. I did not anticipate it to get that quickly, but that was really fun. And yeah, we'll once that drywall or the tile appointment's done, it should be really quick. I'm gonna hop back in. I'll keep the stream going. Yo, Profi, thank you so much for the clip. Yes, I cannot wait. Actually, we gotta watch that. We definitely gotta watch that. I'm so excited. This has been really fun. But yeah, I'm gonna wait for about 30 minutes or so. We can just chat or whatever. Actually, you know what? As we are chatting, let me show you the other 2 teams and tell me which one you guys are more excited to check out. Spoiler alert: both have Araquanid and Incineroar and Raging Bolt. So yeah, they have that. But yeah, this team is so much fun. I love this team a lot. This team's okay. It definitely has great potential and things like that, but I don't feel like I was using as much. But this team, I felt like I knew exactly when to click Trick Room. They really didn't have a way to deny it. Yeah, because most of the time to deny Trick Room's Prankster Taunt, well, then there's Choreograph. Okay, well, if you're worried about Incineroar using Knockoff, then you can find other ways to work around it. And, like, the battle that I was worried about that, I was like, let me just hit Incineroar for a good amount of damage. And it worked out, right? So, and I got Trick Room up later. So the first team is Amoonguss, Porygon 2, Raging Bolt, Araquanid, Iron Hands, and Incineroar. So this team plays a very heavy... it was a team I found online, and I saw a couple battles with it, but basically uses both Incineroar and Iron Hands to support Raging Bolt, as well as Porygon using Trick Room as well. And Porygon 2 is very, very bulky. Definitely one of the bulkiest Pokemon I've ever used. I enjoyed Porygon 2. I've used it both in Sun and Moon and in Sword and Shield. Dax knows because I used it in Salt Lake Regionals. So I am excited to try out Porygon 2 personally. But also has Amoonguss for support in Rage Powder and Pollen Puff. When I played a little bit of this team in the casual ladder, one thing that I missed was, Rillaboom's recovery with Grass Seed Surge is really helpful. And like I said before, like, what makes Rillaboom a great support Pokemon is that it also has attack power with it. Moongus doesn't really have attack power with it. Pollen Puff can hit something super effectively, but it's mainly for the healing factor. And if you get taunted, you can still heal your partner with Pollen Puff, right? So you're not out of that quite yet. So I decided instead to build this team, which is a modification of my San Antonio team. As you can tell with San Antonio, it has Ogerpon, Indeedee, and Arcanine. And so basically I substitute Arcanine for Incineroar, Ogerpon with Araquanid, and then Indeedee with Raging Bolt. So this is kind of like my work in progress team for Charlotte. I haven't actually played with it online yet, but I've honestly really enjoyed Ninetales. Ninetales does a great job of encouraging the opponent to click the Rain Dance button with Tornadus, which then I'm like, I don't really need Aurora Veil immediately. I'm just going to go after your Urshifu, so I'll usually double up in it. Or, I could double up and then do something else, like I could use like Freeze Dry and then set up a Calm Mind. And now with Ninetales and Raging Bolt, it does a great job, because then the next turn you're like, if you're Tornadus, you're like, oh, I want to use Bleak Wind Storm. Well, you can't really use that safely against me unless you have Ground Terror. And in Open Team C, I'm going to know if you have Ground Terror or not, so I'll know how to play around that. So I'm really excited about the new mind games that I'm going to be able to play with this. I will say that the one challenge with this is that it doesn't have anti-priority, which, this team does a really great job of that, right? So between Dusclops not caring about Fake Out and Farigiraf using Trick Room, it's funny, we were talking about how the opponent activated my own weakness policy, which is hilarious. I didn't even think about that. I wasn't even planning on it. It was like, oh, here's your weakness policy activated. So, oh, thanks, I appreciate that. But yeah, I'm you know what? I think I'm going to try this team, just because I haven't used it at all online, and it would be kind of fun. Araquanid, shout out to Dax for recommending and talking about this, because it hits like a truck. Araquanid, its attack stat doesn't look impressive at first. For context, 239, 138, and 156, right? So on paper, 138 looks terrible. With full investment, too, and it's at level 52, 58, 62. Okay, so, it doesn't look great on paper, but Water Bubble does three things. It lowers the power fire type moves, it prevents Araquanid from being burnt, so Burning Bulwark from Gouging Fire I don't care about, and I actually double my power from water type moves. So Araquanid actually hits incredibly hard. With Water Terror, it can really hit hard, and the nice thing here is that because of that, its other stats, defense mainly, and special defense, are actually really high, like 158, 117, and 188, 81 HP is really solid stats. So I actually survive a lot. I was surprised at how many hits I survived a lot more with Araquanid, and not many people use it. Excuse me. So the damage calculation isn't really there. And then when I was playing around with it, I was like, you know what? Ninetales with Aurora Veil really works well. Imagine just going ahead and buffing up its defense even further with that Aurora Veil ability, and really making Araquanid really bulky there. Araquanid doesn't really mind Rillaboom that much. It actually has Bug Bite, so if you have Citrus Berry or things like that running around, you can actually take that from your opponent. It's not going to do that much damage, but the 2-hit KOs Indeedee, which is really cool. But yeah, Araquanid's it's a sleeper pick for sure. But definitely one that can be helpful. And then White Guard's really nice if you're like, oh man, I don't have terrain control anymore and I need to survive one turn with Expanding Force or Dazzling Gleam or something like that. You can probably set up a White Guard, get yourself some defensive prowess, and then have Raging Bolt either use Calm Mind or Golden Go get a really strong attack off, right? So, there's some other tools that you can use as well. This Golden Go, one of my absolute favorites. It is choice specs, just because Make It Rain is really strong too. So, yeah, Golden Go's still is a really solid Pokemon. And actually one other thing that's really nice is that while this team naturally has 3 weaknesses to the ground in Incineroar, Raging Bolt, and Golden Go, because of Rillaboom and now Araquanid, I have better switch-ins to ground-type moves, right? So Araquanid takes ground-type moves relatively well thanks to its bug typing. So that's also another thing to consider. If you are going up against Blood Moon Ursaluna teams and you feel like you don't have a great matchup against them, I would recommend Araquanid. It is actually very slow at 64. I mean, it is even at level 52, right? So it is very slow. So it can outpace the other Pokemon in Trick Room. Dusclops can't do anything because it can't Will-O-Wisp, and you can slam Blood Moon with a super effective water liquidation attack, which is nice. Blood Moon is pretty much forced to Tera at that point to try to take that hit better. But yeah, just something to think about too. Alright, like I said, I'm going to take a break from competitive battling just because, ooh, my throat is killing me. And also, too, I do have an appointment coming up at 4 p.m. So I'm going to wait for them to ring the doorbell, and then I will pause stream. We'll keep it running, but then we'll hop into more battles. But let me know which team that you guys are more excited about. If you guys like, ooh, I need to take a bathroom break, probably now's the time. But yeah, I'm just grinding Cyclizar for the extra. Okay, well, stop running around. The extra scales. Alright, well, fine. If you're gonna run into me, I'm just gonna knock you out and get your scales that way. Who's in the party? Okay, cool. I don't care. We'll just use Psychic. But, oh my gosh. I can't believe it. Thank you guys so much for being in the stream with me. This has been so much fun, and I'm so excited that we got that Master Rank. We'll still play doubles, for sure. But yeah, I mean, just 10 battles in. Sounds great, yeah. But yeah, I will... Yeah, I'll go ahead, I'll keep stream running, and I'll change it to just chatting, and, you know, you guys can hang out in the chat and things like that, and then I'll hit play again, when we're at that point. But yeah, for now, I'm just gonna wait, because I was like, oh, I could start another battle, but yeah, I got around 15 minutes before that person shows up, and I'd rather not be in the middle of a battle as they're here, as they ring the doorbell, but, yeah, I'm just so energized. Oh my gosh, this is great. I feel great, honestly. Like, calling out turns right. Even my losses today, like, they weren't, like, I don't feel bad about them because they were good. Like, it was, like, the opponent played really well. They had a great way to play the game. Getting the rest off, obviously. And, yeah, they knew the team, I mean, they kind of knew the team I was playing with, but, yeah. I think the tracking on team is really strong, but there are definitely some modes of, like, alright, you gotta get good at making these calls, and I don't think I make those calls really well. Well, the other, like, Primarina is so bulky, and I think that's the nice thing, too, of, like, I can get away with, like, if I make a turn wrong, it's not a big deal. And it's funny, because, like, the Weezing fight, oh, I remember that one. That was definitely a tough one. Weezing definitely, I feel like I can get better at that matchup, for sure. Because the opponent... No worries at all, man. Well, I was like, well, Apollo's looking. Okay, shoot. There's a dad joke. I can say it without Apollo judging me. But yeah, no, I'm glad that you got to see the hype for us getting to Master Rank. For sure. I'm super excited. This has definitely been a fun stream for sure. It's going to be a good time. And yeah, I'm really excited to keep on playing. Especially too, because I feel like this team definitely feels really nice, too. I have never... My brother... Actually, I have taken... I lied. I have taken a Trick Room team to a competition, which was Worlds 2011, but... I mean, that was back then when I didn't have, like, as much of a sense of, like, how to properly play. Like, I mean, I played well, but not, like, to this level that I'm playing these days. But, I mean, this team does have a lot of great components to it. So there could be a consideration to take to Charlotte as well. Especially too, because, like, I mean, they're great Pokemon, solid choices. I think the one thing I would want to kind of explore is the Incineroar moveset, right? Because, like, I think this one has Darkest Lariat. I don't know how often I click that button. Or is it more helpful to click, you know, Helping Hand at some points, right? So I think that's kind of the main question I gotta ask myself of, like, okay, because Incineroar has a lot of great moves. Obviously, Parting Shot, Fake Out, and Flare Blitz, par for the course. I think all three are solid. But I don't know if the other moves I should pick. I can definitely see, like... And also, too, like, Raging Bolt is pretty solid. Like, it has Calm Mind. But I don't also have to play Raging Bolt. I could play... You know what's interesting is that Blood Moon also gets Calm Mind. So there is an opportunity for me to say, hey, you know what? If I feel confident in them not attacking Blood Moon their first turn, I could set up Calm Mind and then immediately go from there. And the nice thing with that too is then I can say, like, hey, you know what, I can invest more in, you know, HP. I can take a little bit more off of special attack because I'm going to get that boost anyways. So I could play Blood Moon like Bolt I think the one challenge with Blood Moon being played like that is giving up Blood Moon the attack is not a big deal. I think it's more of like outside of Trick Room, it gets a little dicey. Because Bolt does decently well outside of Trick Room. Like, it's fine. Blood Moon is like, you're gonna have to take a little bit more hits than you want to. And if they don't double up, great. But if you know. Because, yeah, the turn that they did the Woodhammer Plus, it was they doubled up into Ursaluna. No, they Grassy Glided into Primarina. And then they used Bleak Wind. If Bleak Wind hit, it wouldn't have been impossible. It would just have been a little bit harder. Because then, obviously, the move is Fake Out Tornadus. And then target down Rillaboom after the Fake Out, right? Yeah, it would have been a little bit dicier. So, that's kind of one of the challenges, is Blood Moon outside of Trick Room definitely feels manageable, more manageable. But yeah, this team does a really great job of, like, guaranteeing, hey, you're getting Trick Room up. Like, don't worry about it. You're good. And you can get multiple up, too, in a game. Which is nice. And I think Dusclops is definitely a great Pokemon. I think the one thing I need to be mindful of is non-priority taunt. Because obviously we have Dark Terror to help prevent that. And also, too, if I'm like, oh man, I'm going to take too much damage from, like, knockoff, like, Dark Terror is really nice for that, too. I was actually surprised. I think that they brought in Rillaboom after I Dark Terrored in one battle, and they didn't Fake Out. And I was like, that's interesting. I was perplexed by that. But yeah, the Tatsugiri, Regieleki, it was cute, but it was like, you know, it's fine. And I think that's the problem with, like, teams that are very, like, you do this one thing to make it work. If you break that combo, then it just falters, right? And so that's what the challenge is there. Okay, so it does, and let me answer this one. I don't mind waiting. I'm gonna keep on streaming until they got the people event essentially come over here. But he was asking if Drywall reached out. I haven't heard from Drywall, but I have heard from my tile people. They came in this morning, but then they're like, oh, the bathroom shower is too wet. And I was like, yeah, you can come back at 4. I made it because I thought it was Drywall coming today. So I was like, I just took a shower normal. But yeah, so I dried it off, and she'll be back later today. To finish the tiling in the bathroom. Basically, they're going to recaulk some of the areas. Owning a house, boring adult stuff. But yeah, I would love to hear in the comments if there are any Pokemon in particular that you guys are excited about, or think that, like, hey, it's kind of either underexplored or underutilized, or that you want to see more battles of. Personally, I think Porygon 2 is definitely a Pokemon that's underutilized. I can definitely see more Porygon 2 coming up. Dark Terror with Porygon 2 is really strong. And Porygon 2, well, Dusclops is good on ladder because of Frisk. But Porygon 2 also, well, I think the one problem is Porygon 2 has to worry about Fake Out, right? So it's a give and take, right? Porygon 2 gets a little bit more offensive pressure thanks to download. It's less defensive, but its typing is could help against ghost types, but I don't think you have to worry too much about many ghost types in the format, right? It's Golden Go and it's Fluttermane, right? Those are the two. And if you're like, oh, well, it helps against Dark Urshifu matchup, but the fighting type coverage, right? So, excuse me, that's also one other reason why Porygon 2 is a little bit harder to use. But I do think that it has a lot of good merit. Trace, for instance, was a really fun ability I loved exploiting. Because if you traced like Prankster, which I would often find myself tracing Prankster, I'd be like, great, I get to use Eerie Impulse as a priority move, which was really nice, in staving off some of the big legendaries. But I think in the format where there aren't as many big legendary special attackers, it might not be as helpful. But could be an answer against Raging Bolt. So if you find like your Raging Bolt matchup is weaker, I might recommend Porygon 2, because Porygon 2 knowing Eerie Impulse is a great way to dissuade it. Thundurus Therian is also a Pokemon I think is underutilized. Jamie Boynt did a really great job using Thundurus Therian, and it did pick up some usage in Regulation E, but I really do feel like it can do a great job against Bolt, especially Assault Vest. Say, hey, you know what, Volt Absorb means that you can't use Thunderclap against me, what are your other moves? Dragon? I don't care. Do your worst. And then if you look at popular Terras, like, if it's Water Terra, then your Thunderbolt does really well. If it's Grass Terra, then Terra Blast Flying does really well. You got Volt Switch, so you can get out of there if you need be. So Thunderous Narian, I definitely could see, if Bolt comes up more often, could be something that people will utilize. And, like, yeah, you get access to Sludge Bomb, so that's a, like, opposing fairy. So, like, let's say Bolt is supported by Whimsicott. Well, Thunderous Narian can just Sludge Bomb Whimsicott. And, excuse me, unlike Landorus's Sludge Bomb, because Landorus, when it uses Sludge Bomb, it has to deal, it uses Shield Force for that Sludge Bomb, meaning that you can't poison. Thunderous actually has a chance to poison, because it doesn't use Shield Force to boost it. So, that can get Whimsicott's number. So, it's kind of nice if, like, you can still be immune to electric-type moves without being a ground-type. Right? Even, like, your Terra does not get rid of your immunity to electric-type moves. So, Thunderous Narian definitely is one I would watch out for, and I think that definitely is underutilized. I'm trying to think of, like, whatever, like, if there are any, like, immediate bad matchups, but I really can't think of anything on top of my head. Like, yeah, Rillaboom, sure, it might have Fake Out and might resist the electric-type moves, but it doesn't threaten it with anything else. Like, usually your best go-to for electric-type Pokemon high horsepower, well, Thundurus doesn't care, right? And I think that's the main thing, like, Thundurus over Zapdos. Because Zapdos was supposed to get Lightning Rod, if you guys didn't know, but then they changed it in Gen 6 for its hidden ability to be static, which is, we got robbed. Lightning Rod Zapdos would have been clutch. Would have been good. Real good. As a Tailwind setter, especially against Raging Bolt. Yeah, Zapdos would have popped off. And then, yeah, you can get, like, Terra Blast and those Weather Ball. Man, I love Zapdos. I wish that it had Lightning Rod. Like, Static was helpful in the Dynamax era, because, like, physical attackers would have to deal with, like, getting paralyzed, but, man, if can you imagine Zapdos with Lightning Rod? Woo! That would be good. Zapdos v Zapdos would be a very interesting matchup of just, like, yeah, you can't use your electric type attacks, so you're just gonna spam, like, Weather Ball or, you know, Hurricane, which you resist, yeah. But yeah, Weather Ball was also a move that I wanted to play more of, because I enjoyed using it in Sword and Shield, and non-Dynamax formats there, but I didn't use it as much in, the thing. Alright. I do have to answer a couple messages, so what I'm going to do for now is I'm going to knock out this last Cyclizar. Alright, nope. Alright, let me lock out this Cyclizar. We're going to take a quick break here. Okay. Alright, y'all, so for now, we're going to take a quick break. I will, like, keep the stream running, but I will be right back, just because I think the top people are coming here shortly, and I got a couple messages I'm going to answer. But, guys, thank you so much for tuning in so far. I'm thrilled. We got Master Rank in 10 battles. That was really quick. And we got more battles coming up, more VGC excitement as we continue in our episode here today. So, y'all take it easy. I'll see you guys in a moment. You can keep this on the background. Feel free to lurk, and I cannot wait to see you guys after in a little bit. Alright, y'all take it easy. I'll see you guys in a moment. Alright, y'all. First off, thank you guys so much for your patience. Luckily, the tile deal went without a hitch. And good timing too, Apollo, because we're just hopping back live now. So yeah, she was very kind. Took care of the lining in the bathroom. And it honestly looks, I mean, it's brand new, which is nice. So, yeah, I was originally going to clean the lining, but I then complained, hey, it covered, thank you, Profi, it covered, you know, I was like, hey, you know, there are parts of it where the, there are areas where it, like, stripped away and some of the concrete was exposed outside of the corners. Like, the corners are supposed to be there. So they're like, yeah, we'll fix it. And it looks brand new, it's clean, and it's awesome. So, yeah, really excited about that. I love it when everything comes together. Oh, I forgot to turn on this light, might be. Do I need it? Probably not as much. Probably dim it a little bit. Okay, so we're going to hop in back online. Yeah, I got sunnier, that's why. So we're going to hop in back online, and we're going to do more battles. But yeah, let's go for it. I've been rocking with this team, so I think that we can probably use it again. So we got our first Master Rank battle coming up here, which is really exciting. So we're going to go climb with this team below to see how we can make it work. So, yeah, probably dropped a couple points just because I haven't played. Everyone's on the ladder now. But, yeah, we're going to go ahead and use the Blood Moon Ursaluna team. And then I will maybe try to mix it up a little bit and use the other team I was mentioning. But, yeah, this team is really solid. Fire Rider Grass Core is a really solid foundation in Pokemon, and I think this team takes full advantage of it. And the Trick Room mode is great. Oh, Event. Whew. And that's a high ranking there, too. Event comes out with us this is pretty Regulation E stuff. We got Roaring Moon, but I think the main difference here is that Primarina is on it. Usually in these types of teams, you would have seen Urshifu. So it's kind of cool to see Primarina instead. With that, let me see what the Blood Moon looks pretty solid. I think that the main two problems Blood Moon is going to face, kind of three if Earth Power is what I'm looking for KOs, but I think from a super effective standpoint, it's going to be Rillaboom and Primarina. If I Ghost Terra, then Roaring Moon has a good hit against me. I don't like Dusclops as much, though, because of Roaring Moon, and I do need to be mindful of the opposing Feraligraph on their team. But Blood Moon could pop off. I think it's just figuring out the positioning for it. I do like Primarina a lot, too. I think what I'm going to do... I feel like I'm going to bring in Rillaboom and Primarina with Ursaluna and Feraligraph in the back. We'll go that route. Okay. I mean, they got pretty tough Pokemon coming up here. Yeah, it's a really balanced team. I think my biggest problem is I don't really have a really solid hit into Heatran as much. I mean, Earth Power is definitely really solid, and also Hyper Voice too. But yeah, there's just other things I need to be mindful of. So we're going to try our best. Let's see what we can do here and to get these KOs. Alright, so we got Primarina and Roaring Moon. So kind of nice that we got Primarina out a little bit early versus my own Rillaboom and Primarina. So it seems like they might want to go for like a Tailwind type of shenanigans here. Moon gets a boost. It's going to be the speed boost here. Okay, they set up probably Tailwind. I think in this case, I do feel confident going for Fake Out into Moon. I feel like Moon would have to Terra, right? Or Primarina. It's either Primarina Terras or Moon Terras. I think with that, actually, I want to hit U-Turn and Hyper Voice. Trying to set up Trick Room at this angle. Okay. That's fine. That means the following turn I get a fire off a pretty strong Hyper Voice. Double Protect is fine too. I unfortunately won't get a boost here, but I don't think anything bad happened this turn. Okay, so yeah, my Rillaboom's a little bit faster. I would imagine their Primarina would also be faster. But I think the main question here now is I can Wood Hammer. Okay, so let's think about it. What would they switch into to a potential attack? So I think either slot would have to... I feel like I can go get away with a Wood Hammer and a Moonblast. You know what? You can only tear one of two. And depending on what you pick, it's going to be kind of dangerous here, right? So I'm hoping to catch something off guard with a pretty big attack here. And if they switch out, then so be it. I think I still maintain decent momentum across the board anyways. Okay, Roaring Moon sets up Tailwind. I think I'm getting a double knockout here. Yeah, you just Moonblast. I'll take that like a champ. And it's Life Orb too. So I'm going to knock out Primarina. Cool. I take a little bit of recoil there, and I get to fire off this Moonblast as well. Okay. Great! That's kind of nice. I get a little double knockout there. I think the one change I could have made was using Grassy Glide instead of Woodhammer, but I am not opposed to how this played out so far. Alright, so they send in their own Rillaboom. Okay. And they got Landorus as well. Okay. So, looking at this, I think what I want to do is kind of chunk in as much damage as possible into Landorus. And then from there, figure out kind of the game plan. So, I'm down to Woodhammer into Landorus, expecting to KO myself. And I'm actually going to protect here for now. With the anticipation to do like an endgame Trick Room. I don't think Blood Moon needs it. If I can knock out Rillaboom early. Yeah, I think well... shoot, because I definitely feel like I do need a Terra Primarina. Landorus Terras. Flying, right? Okay. Blood Moon does look really strong. I can definitely see Blood Moon being our Terra choice here. Perfect. I was okay with that. Probably also, yeah, because you're Tailwinded now, right? And Woodhammer. Okay. So let me go ahead and bring it in for Rigraff. The end goal is to set up Trick Room. And I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say, hey, you know what? I probably am going to get knocked out with Primarina, which is totally fine. I will Moonblast and do as much damage as possible. I could also try to aim for a double protect. They got 2 more turns of Tailwind, but that doesn't really make too much of a difference. If I try to get the double protect and I fail, I feel like I'd lose offensive momentum. I will go for Hyper Voice just to get some chip. Okay. And I would imagine Rillaboom is going to go after Furigraph as well, try to prevent Trick Room, right? Yep. Okay. That's a crit on that one, too. Oof. Yeah. So I was glad that I chose this path, just so I can get some additional damage off. Alright, so that was pretty good damage there. Primarina activates Throat Spray. The reason why I don't want to Terra Primarina is that I then become weak against Flying Terra Landorus. And that's one thing I want to avoid. So I'm down to Blood Moon into Rillaboom, and I will Hyper Voice again. Because now they have to make a decision, do I double up into one Pokemon, or do I... Like, it could be like, oh, maybe I'll... Yeah, there are a lot of different plays, right? So they might be thinking, oh, let me double up into Primarina, or let me double up into Ursaluna, but depending on what they choose, it could be disastrous for them. I think the double up into Ursaluna would probably be their best bet. I could have protected, but I also want to gain as much momentum as possible. So we're going to see the Terra Blast. Okay, so it is an Ursaluna, yeah. Take that decently well. And Woodhammer as well. So protecting actually would have... Ooh, but we survived, which is huge. That's all I needed. Let's go! And Ursaluna, that's one thing about Blood Moon Ursaluna. Its defenses are actually pretty high. So it does a really great job of just taking hits. And we get to finish this off with Blood Moon. Let's go, man. Talk about a great game here. Yeah, and I think it was the Primarina got to stick on the field for a while. And me recognizing that and saying, look, I'm not going to immediately fold to that. I'm just going to attack. Because another way they could have played it was double up into Primarina. And we would have gotten a pretty strong attack off too, which would have been helpful. Because then Blood Moon against Rillaboom would have been really strong. And then Twin Landorus versus Blood Moon, I would have been okay with that. Yeah! Unbeaten in Master Rank. There you go. But yeah, that was a really good one. And we fought against a pretty high-ranked opponent too. And now all of my Pokemon have the Master Rank ribbon, which is awesome. So that was really good. Wow, we jumped up to 1,126. Let's see what we can do here. But yeah, really great battle from my opponent. Definitely could have gone in different ways. I'm glad I didn't see Heatran. That was really good. Alright, Bread, what you got for us? So Bread has Latios, Entei. Ooh, I've always wanted to use Entei. Kingambit, Fluttermane, Iron Hands, and Ogerpon. So this team definitely feels like, hey, I don't want to bring in Incineroar, mainly because of Kingambit, Ogerpon, and Entei. Rillaboom looked really good against those two. I think it definitely has problems against Entei. But Primarina honestly looks great against a lot of the threats there. I think one problem with Primarina, obviously, is I had to watch out for Horn Leech from Ogerpon, but Grass Terra looks really good. So if I find a way to deal with Entei pretty early on, I could probably work with Primarina to clean up the rest of the game with Grass Terra. So that's just something to think about. Blood Moon Ursaluna, I feel like could fit in the equation. I honestly feel like Dusclops, Farigiraf looks decent too. I feel like how I'm going to play this is Rillaboom Primarina with Farigiraf. I'm going to do something similar, and then Ursaluna in the back. Setting up Trick Room, and then going from there to just wallop the opponent. Latios is also interesting as a ground switch-in, thanks to the Levitate ability. I am curious of why Latios over Latias. Latios tends to be a little bit more defensive, so they're probably going to invest more into the special attack for Latios. It's a good Pokemon, let me tell you. Latios is really strong. Just something to think about. Alright, so it looks like they're going to go ahead and send out Kingambit and Ogerpon. Yep, they're trying to catch in an Incineroar switch-in. But I think for now, I don't mind this, just because I can... Alright, so I think for now, I'm going to go ahead and fake out into Ogerpon, and I will... I would expect Ogerpon to protect. So I'm actually going to fake out into Kingambit. And I'm going to Moonblast it. Yeah, I do run into the risk of potentially activating Weakness Policy. Oh, no, Defiant. How about Farigiraf in the back, right? I'm actually going to U-turn into Ogerpon, and then protect Primarina. Okay, so they didn't go for protect either. Cool. Okay, that was good to see. They just went straight on the offense, but I could have faked out then pretty safely. That does a lot of damage, which is great. So I'll bring in Farigiraf here. I would imagine they're going to probably set up Swords Dance. Yeah, okay. That's kind of interesting, because Kowtow Cleave and Iron Head are pretty effective into Farigiraf now. I don't mind using Trick Room. And I think I'll switch into Rillaboom again. That does give me another opportunity to use Fake Out, which I can try to use to my advantage. I think the main thing is, how do I stop Kingambit in the long run from going too crazy? Yeah, so we're going to get the Wood Hammer naturally into Farigiraf. Sure. Good damage from Rocky Helmet. And Recoil already knocks out Ogerpon, so that gives Primarina a little bit of breathing room here. Are we going to see Kowtow Cleave? Yeah, okay. But that means the following turn I'll be able to fake out into Kingambit. So Farigiraf did what it needed to do, take a pretty big hit. But yeah, Sucker Punch is definitely going to be something I have to contend with. I'll bring back in Primarina, and I think we can now... Cool. this makes it a little bit easier to now fire off these Hyper Voices. Although the opponent has not Terra'd yet, so we do need to be mindful of that. I am going to Hyper Voice here, and I am going to go ahead and use Fake Out on Kingambit. I think the main thing Entei would want to do would be... Oh, it decides not to Terra. That's kind of big. Okay. Sure, Sacred Fire is fine. And Entei eats a berry. Okay. Okay. My guess here is that Entei would want to Terra now. We saw Entei outsped, and I outspeed Kingambit naturally. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to Hyper Voice, and then I am going to go ahead and fire off a U-turn into Kingambit. Alright. I do want to be mindful of a Sucker Punch. So I will glide into Gambit. Sure. Okay. Alright, so Gambit actually outspeeds Primarina, which is good to know. Does a decent amount, though. But this is +2 now. Alright, we were able to knock out Entei, which is huge. Alright, so looking okay so far. One of the challenges here is that we got low health Kingambit versus mid health Primarina +1. He's at +2, and they have Iron Hands. Okay. You can only fake out one Pokemon. So I'm going to take this opportunity to Hyper Voice both, and I'm going to Earth Power. Hyper Voice both. And Blood Moon into Gambit. Because you can fake out Ursaluna. You can cleave. That was smart for them not to... Okay, so we're able to knock out Gambit. But if you went after... Oh, okay. We got something. We got a game still. Protecting there would have definitely have given us a game for sure, but yeah, it was tough because it's like, okay, well, fake out. I don't want to lose momentum, right? Because it would be easier to fake out one, and if I protected another, I would have lost. Kingambit was definitely a threat at this point. So I'm gonna go ahead and protect for now, just to see what Hands wants to do. I'm still not committing to Terra, so I'm kind of worried about that. And it goes for Wild Charge. Okay. They've only seen Hyper Voice, so I don't think they've seen Moonblast yet. So I'm going to Terra Grass, I'm going to Moonblast into Hands. And I'm hopeful that 2 Moonblasts will be enough. If they go for Wild Charge, then luckily the Recoil of that will be enough. But we'll see what Terra they opt for. If they go for Water, then this is still my strongest attack. I'm at +1, so I'm hopeful that will help out. And they don't go for a Terra, which is huge. Okay. Show me Wild Charge. That doesn't matter. Yeah, they predicted well. They went for a Drain Punch. Okay. Okay, so this is the question to ask. I think we just want to protect. We just want to figure it out. Yeah. I don't want to rush into a decision and lose the game right there. Iron Hands also does not have any other priority besides Fake Out. So Fire Terror, perfect. We'll Hyper Voice next turn and we'll win. Yeah. So that could have been a mistake. It would have been like, oh, I'm close to victory. Let me Moonblast again. But here, since we have Protect, let him give me the Terror. Give me that information. Right? Perfect. They Drain Punch. I get to use Hyper Voice and I'll win this. Perfect. And we got the KO. Yeah. I think that if they predicted, if we Terra'd at the same time and they predicted, then it would have been a whole different ball game. But yeah, this was pretty clean of like, oh cool. I think the best Terra they could have had would have been Grass Terra or Water Terra for sure. But we got it. We defeated Bread. Take that. extra carbohydrates and sugars we don't need. I'm a big fan of bread, unfortunately. But great battle. I'm super excited. This has been fun. Let's get some hype. I'm excited. That was awesome. That was a great battle. But yeah, the King Gambit kind of ran away from me a little bit, but I don't regret how I played that, because 794, y'all, that's a crazy ranking. Yeah, I definitely agree, and I think that it would have been easy for us not to have attacked, but I think it was important for us to attack. So 4,000, alright, so we got Chien Pao, Dragonite, Urshifu Water, Fluttermane Chi-Yu, and Iron Hand. So it combines two of the most common cores, which is Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, and Dragonite Chien Pao, which are both really strong. That being said, Incineroar has a lot of great tools for it, and they don't have anti priority, meaning we could do something like set up Trick Room relatively easily. I'm not too worried about that. I think with that, I actually would like to do that, so I'm going to go ahead and bring in for a graph Incineroar. The main thing I would have to watch out for is like Chi-Yu and Flutter, but I think like it's still fine. It would be like Ghost Terra Chi-Yu would stop this play. I think Ursaluna in the end. And yeah, actually Primarina, I think the main thing would be at that point Iron Hands, but I can find ways to deal with it later, right? Kind of like that last battle, right? If it's the last Pokemon, then you're good. Yeah. And I was like, I'm glad they showed me the Terra, and then I attacked. I think it would have been interesting if they didn't Terra, then I would have to still play the mind game, and have one more turn. So I was like, wait, I'll pump the brakes a little bit. Let's not keep on going that full momentum. Alright, so let's see what this opponent has, what lead they go for. They go for the Fluttermane Chi-Yu lead, okay. We're going to be leading for a Graph and Incineroar, so I wanted to see Chien Pao Dragonite. That would have been a much better one, but it's totally fine here. The opponent has to commit to using Ghost Terra here to get around this. And Flutter reveals booster is at speed. It is. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and Trick Room here. Oh, you know what? That's a great question. Honestly, Fairy Terra looks really solid, because if Chi-Yu goes for Dark Pulse and I flinch, and it's Ghost Terra, then I'm in trouble. So I'm down for a Trick Room and Fake Out, just to cover all my bases. Then the following turn, I can use something like Dazzling Gleam, Parting Shot, and things like that. So we're going to play it this way. Yep, okay, cool. I figured that something like this was going to happen. Chi-Yu's going to Ghost Terra. Yeah. So I wanted to cover a couple plays here. Oh, just Fire Terra. Okay. I mean, that means I get Trick Room off. I don't regret this play, because I don't think Ghost Terra on Blood Moon actually helps me out. Yeah, against the rest of the team, it doesn't. This does actually expose me a little bit to Iron Hands against Primarina, and also Blood Moon, but we can find ways to work with that in the end game. But the fact that you went for Fire Terra is nice. That means, okay, Chi-Yu's not going to do anything. Oh, that's interesting. I did not anticipate that. Well done. Taunt from, Farigiraf. Okay. A taunt on Farigiraf. Okay. I'm down for a Parting Shot into Chi-Yu. I don't care about that. Icy Wind is not a big deal. I'm slow anyways. So. Oh, gee, that took a lot more than I wanted. That's not fun. Fairies using taunt seem to be your nemesis. Yeah, for real though. Oh man, I feel that 100%. The fairies taunting, man, that's tough. That's really cool though. Taunt on Fluttermane is pretty rare, so it was kind of cool to see that happen. But yeah, now we'll lower Chi-Yu's attack power a little bit. I actually do feel confident throwing in Ursaluna, yeah. And then that means I get to bring out Incineroar again, and I can go with Fake Out into Hyper Voice. I think one challenge, obviously, is just like, unfortunately, I won't be able to Okay, so I'd imagine Chi-Yu would want to switch out, right? Or protect. It's Heat Wave, right? So it probably was Choice Specs? Okay, I think I'll do it this way. I'll Parting Shot into Chi-Yu, expecting it to switch out, and I will Blood Moon into Fluttermane. No, they stayed in. Dang. But this is kind of interesting, because by doing this, they activate Weakness Policy. I guess the question is, does Chi-Yu get the knockout on Ursaluna at this point? Which it could. I mean, it might be -1, but it's Chi-Yu. It's really strong here. Yeah, we're getting Terra boosted Heat Wave. So we're asking a lot. We survive with 4 HP. We get burnt, though. Oh my goodness. Come on now. Okay, now Chi-Yu's at -2, so that's helpful. And we're going to get the KO on Flutter, but I feel like it's a little bit too late. Actually, no. That still works out. Main thing I need to be mindful of is Iron Hands, right? So. Yeah, so we get the KO on Flutter. I think in that case it would have been nice if I was able to click Hyper Voice. Probably gotten a double KO at that point. And the burn from Heat Wave was unfortunate, but I was anticipating Chi-Yu to switch out. Like, oh, you want to avoid Fake Out, maybe Fluttermane can do an attack or something, and then eventually get Chi-Yu later in the battle, but them sticking around wasn't great. If it's Iron Hands that comes out now, that's interesting. It won't be impossible, because then I'm just going to fake out Iron Hands, and then I'm going to use Hyper Voice. But yeah, I am curious to see what their next Pokemon is going to be. Hopefully it's not Iron Hands. Oh, it is Iron Hands. Great. Okay, well, that makes it a little bit harder, because now my objective is I'm going to use... this is not too bad, because I do Intimidate their Iron Hands, and I do have Fake Out Presser. I would imagine Chi-Yu is Choice Specs, so I can use Hyper Voice, and I'm going to Fake Out here. Yeah, and so I wanted to make sure I prevented a Fake Out. I needed to get some damage on Chi-Yu. Hopefully the Hyper Voice should be enough, but we'll see. Okay, yeah, we take that comfortably, which is great. And I get a fire off the Hyper Voice. Not enough to knock out Chi-Yu, unfortunately. A crit on their Iron Hands, which is nice. And I get Throat Spray activated, which is also good. Okay, I think at this point, I'm down to Moonblast into their Iron Hands. And I'll Darkest Lariat into Chi-Yu. I should survive. Perfect. And the reason why I didn't go for Flare Blitz, and actually a nice reason I had Darkest Lariat, is so I don't faint into Recoil. So that's a free KO on Iron Hands. I don't have to worry about Wild Charge anymore. And I get Darkest Lariat off, so I get a knockout Chi-Yu. Whew, man, this is one heck of a battle. Yeah, that was crazy. We didn't get Trick Room up, but Primarina is looking pretty primed and ready to go. It really depends on what their last Pokemon is. If it's Dragonite would be weird. Qianpao is easier. Nah, it's Urshifu. Oh, it's Urshifu. Okay. So I'm gonna, yeah, I'll just Parting Shot if you decide to attack Primarina. Yeah, I resist. Okay. If your Focus Asked is the problem. But it doesn't look like that's the case. Well, it still doesn't matter here, because if you're Focus Asked, then you can only KO 1 or 2, and I'm going to Darkest Lariat next turn anyways. Okay, well, there you go. Yeah. So, whew, that was an explosive battle, y'all. Whew, I was nervous that entire time, but while we got the turn 1 incorrect, and we lost our Terra, I think one thing that really helped us out there was Primarina. And you can tell, Primarina honestly matches up well against a lot of Pokemon. We barely took any damage from Heat Wave. And then finally, whenever it was over, we were able to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to Darkest Lariat into Chi-Yu, knock it out. And then I'm just going to... Right, the Hyper Force did a lot of damage. And then we were able to just Moonblast, get Iron Hands out of there, and be able to knock it out. I think the turn 1 fake out also helped, and yeah, that was really nice. I'm actually glad that I didn't Terra Primarina, because I was tempted to, but that would have made my Urshifu matchup harder. Urshifu would have had close combat against me. But now it's like, well, I resist it because I'm a fairy, right? So, great battle. Thank you, Profi. That was really fun. That was awesome. And we are at 582? Jeez, that's crazy. I wonder if there's no way we're going to get number 1. That's probably impossible, but I mean, hey, we'll play a little bit, and hey, if we get number 1, that'd be awesome. Alright, let's see what we're up against here. We got Charizard with Whimsicott, Incineroar, Fluttermane, Landorus, and Rillaboom. So this is interesting. Definitely seems, yeah, 582, I know, crazy, right? On the normal ladder, not even online competition. This seems very Sun-oriented with Tailwind support. I don't have to worry about Taunt as much from Whimsicott, but I do need to, I should be mindful of like, hey, maybe Fluttermane carries Taunt these days, right? And Fake Out I can as well. I feel like setting up Trick Room is definitely going to be helpful. I do like Farigiraf for that. I think I can get away with Farigiraf or Incineroar. Having Primarina in the back could be helpful for the resistances. The main problem with Primarina, though, is that I got to contend with both Whimsicott and Rillaboom. But Rillaboom doesn't really help out either, right? So it's like, yeah, I might resist those two, but then the others hit me really hard too. So I'm down for a Primarina Incineroar lead with Ursaluna and Primarina in the back. Incineroar Primarina, yeah, here we come, number 1. Incineroar Primarina, the Alolan friends, they work really well together for sure. But I think the couple things I need to be mindful of, Whimsicott could have Trick Room. And Fluttermane has Taunt as well, that can be problematic. But let's see what happens as we go into this battle. So we are going to get Whimsicott Charizard versus Farigiraf Incineroar. I don't mind Charizard as much. I kind of want to go Fake Out Charizard because the likelihood is that Whimsicott has Covert Cloak. So I'm going to go ahead and set up Trick Room here. And I'm going to go ahead and use Fake Out into Charizard. Okay, Charizard switches, which is totally fine by me, into their own Incineroar, which is also fine by me. Next turn, I'm just going to use, like, Parting Shot or something. I'll Fake Out. Whimsicott uses Moonblast, but it's not even close to KOing Farigiraf. And then Farigiraf sets up Trick Room. So, I think we're in a solid spot here. Incineroar can't use Fake Out. So I think here I'm going to go ahead and fire off a Dazzling Gleam just to break any focus sashes. And I'm going to go ahead and Parting Shot into their own Incineroar. Okay, so I am faster than their Incineroar, so I need to be mindful of that. Would Whimsicott target my Incineroar? It might. Incineroar might target me. So I think Primarina would be a good switch in here. But if they go after Farigiraf, that's even better. I don't mind the double up. So we're going to go hit a Dazzling Gleam that breaks any sashes on. Perfect, yes. We love to see it. Go ahead. Farigiraf has done its job. You take damage from the Rocky Helmet. And Moonblast as well. Perfect. We love to see it. Fine by me. Alright, this next turn is going to be interesting. I could go ahead and just immediately bring in Blood Moon and start rampaging with Hyper Voice slash double Hyper Voice. Or I can bring in Incineroar to have Fake Out. I don't mind pushing the tempo a little bit here. So I'm going to Hyper Voice here, and I'm going to Hyper Voice again. This will force the opponent to kind of pick a Terra. Terra Whimsicott doesn't help you out, because then my normal Hyper Voice against Primarina does a good amount of damage there. Incineroar switches out into Rillaboom. Okay, that's probably a good and as good of a counter you can have there. And you set up Sunny Day. Sure. Cool. So, Whimsicott's out. And I think this turn, I'm just going to go ahead and, I feel comfortable hitting the double protect, honestly. Okay. Incineroar comes out. Let me take a look at how many turns of Trick Room I got left, and then that might determine how I'm going to play this. I got 2 turns of Trick Room left. So I think in that case, I'm going to go ahead and Ghost Terra, Blood Moon into Rillaboom, and I'll go ahead and protect Primarina. Rillaboom will either have to Grassy Glide or use Wood Hammer or Fake Out, and Incineroar will also want to use Fake Out on Blood Moon. But if I Ghost Terra, then I don't have to worry about that. And then the following turn, I can just bring Incineroar back out, or yeah, bring Incineroar against Charizard, and I can just Hyper Voice afterwards. Cool, perfect. One thing to note, the opponent hasn't committed their Terra yet, so I just want to be mindful of that when we get to that stage of the game. But if I can get a pretty big KO on Rillaboom now, that's going to be huge. And I think that really will cement us, putting us in the lead here. So Primarina protects. Probably going to expect like a Fake Out coming somewhere. Yep. And then Rillaboom might Grassy Glide into Blood Moon. Oh no, it was going to probably go for Wood Hammer. It's not enough for a KO, but Rillaboom probably is going to be doing a lot of damage to itself. Yep, that might, that's not enough either. Dang, okay. As much as it hurts, I don't mind giving up the attack boost. I'll go for Hyper Voice, and I'll bring out my own Incineroar to get the Fake Out pressure again. That means also if Rillaboom decides to use Grassy Glide on Primarina, won't do that much damage here. This is the last turn of Trick Room, so I definitely can see them being like, alright, how do I position myself to make sure I can maintain momentum? Yeah, and this also just helps me be able to take any of Rillaboom's attacks. If it decides to go for Grassy Glide, yep. Perfect. Rillaboom is knocked out, and then Incineroar is probably going to go for Flare Blitz into Blood Moon, right? So I'm probably going to lose Blood Moon, but Blood Moon's pretty much done its job. Oh, it goes Knockoff. That's interesting. That actually activates my own weakness policy. Here's the interesting thing is, Trick Room ends now. Yeah. So, one of the challenges is that now Charizard comes back out. I got 2 more turns of Sun and 2 more turns of Grassy Terrain. This is tough. Because it feels obvious you'd want to target down Ursaluna with Incineroar, right? If you don't, then I definitely want to fire off a Earth Power into their own Incineroar. Well, I would like to Blood Moon into their Charizard to get it out of the way. And I will Fake Out Charizard too. Yeah, if I was Incineroar, I'm going to hit, yeah, Blood Moon. I couldn't think of a way around it other than switching out Blood Moon. Okay. But one thing I do like about this position is that I am very healthy with all of my Pokemon. And they are too, but we got 1 more turn of Sun and 1 turn of Grassy Terrain. I definitely want to protect here. And I feel like Darkest Lariat into Charizard feels pretty comfy. Yeah. I was kind of worried about, like, I would have to eat like a Terra or something. Incineroar Terras, which is fine. That means that my Flare Blitz next turn will actually do a lot more damage, which is great. I love to see it. But yeah, Charizard, clicking the Solar Beam button feels very possible. Oh wow, it actually has a Focus Blast. And it goes for a knockoff, which isn't great. I lose my Citrus Berry. But it's good to know that Incineroar actually outspeeds. Sun's over, so Charizard's damage output isn't as strong, which will be helpful. And Grassy Train disappears as well. So in this case, I definitely feel confident firing off a Hyper Voice, and I'm going to Flare Blitz into their own Incineroar. Yeah, I don't regret protecting. I survive, which is all I need. Special defense dropping isn't great. And I have to eat up this Flare Blitz as well. It's not enough, which is good. The main thing here is that Primarina gets off her attack, meaning I'm going to go ahead... I get off my attack first. Perfect. Primarina should be able to clean up at that range. And Incineroar can't get 2 KOs anyways. Perfect. Let's go! Perfect! Yeah. I don't regret protecting Primarina, because, again, with Sun, Grassy Train, like, that would be a very free Solar Beam. And I didn't want to lose it from that. Focus Blast missing was kind of big for my opponent, I'll have to say. So, unfortunate for that. It's one of the problems with running it. But, whew, that was a good battle. Very close. Yeah, this team is honestly really fun. I think the main thing, yeah, Primarina honestly has been holding down the fort, y'all. Like, this girl pops off, man. It's crazy. I mean, you can also use something like Life Orb if you'd rather not have to use Hyper Voice to get the special attack boost. But yeah, it's honestly really good. 439, look at us. We just keep on going. We just keep on going. So, yeah, and then Farigiraf too, like, them targeting the Farigiraf was totally fine. Thank you, Profi. Yeah, these have been fun battles to play. Oh, dude, we were up against rank 36. Ooh, this has some interesting things. Apollo's gonna appreciate this. Has both Salamence and Raging Bolt, right? Look at that. But we also have Fluttermane, Suicune as their the Tier 1 setter, Metagross, and Incineroar. So, looking at this, they probably have a way to deny Trick Room with Taunt. So I want to be careful of that. Probably coming from Fluttermane. Yeah, they have a couple ways to set up Tailwind, but I don't care about Tailwind. I'm going to use Trick Room. I think the main thing here is how to position my guys to really take full advantage of using Trick Room. And I think the idea behind this is I actually used Rillaboom and Farigiraf, right? So what I kind of want to do is actually use U-Turn to bring in Ursaluna. You know, help it hand and destroy everything. And then Primarina looks great, actually, on paper. Moonblast is really good. Yeah, I actually like Primarina a lot. The reason I picked Rillaboom over Incineroar is that Rillaboom has access to U-Turn, so I can get Ursaluna in pretty quickly to start snowballing with my turns, right? So and that's kind of my thought process behind that. And they don't really have fighting type moves. It's the main thing is to worry about their opposing Incineroar, but at that point, because Rillaboom naturally outspeeds Incineroar, I'll be able to use Fake Out first. Oh, I don't even have to worry about Fake Out. I'm a dummy. Okay, so main thing here is that we want to be mindful of Metagross trying to target down Primarina early. We got Booster. Booster, please let it be Speed. Special attack. Oh, not as fun. Yeah, I definitely don't mind hitting Trick Room. I think the question is... I hate to do it because I know that you have knockoff, right? And that's what I have to be mindful of. So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and Fake Out. Reveal to me Taunt. Yeah, okay. A lot of Fellomanes are running Taunt nowadays, so I need to be mindful of that. It might be an option to say, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and commit to, I'm going to commit to, oh, shoot, I can't even use Helping Hand after the taunt. That's mean. I might commit to using Mental Herb instead. So I will Psychic and Grassy Glide into Flutter. You're going to see a Terror from the opponent. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if I'm worried. Okay, sir. And then probably was already choice banded then. Flutter protects, but it would have been fine anyways. It just didn't want to. Okay, so. Woo, okay, we lose 2 Pokemon automatically. So if you wanted like a fun little explosion tech, Metagross might be your answer here. Yeah, without Trick Room, it's definitely going to be an uphill battle for sure. Dusclops would, if I had Dusclops in the back, that would have been a potential switch in, right? But we didn't have anything like that. Ursaluna and Primarina coming in, but yeah, this is definitely a tough one. I did not anticipate Explosion Metagross. And Taunt from Flutter Mane seems to be a little bit more common, so it might be an option to say, hey, you know what, Rocky Helmet's no longer needed. You can use Mental Herb instead. But yeah, we're going to be facing off against both Suicune and Flutter. This is tough because I want to Ghost Terra Blood Moon, but Ghost Terra and Blood Moon is not great against the opposing Flutter. So I'm definitely down to Protect for now. And I think I'm going to Hyper. Oh, I could Calm Mind. No, I think I'm way too far behind. I think I have to Hyper Voice to get some chip damage on Flutter. Give me a turn to kind of think through this. Yeah, okay. That actually does give me some breathing room here. And Snarl, not great. Actually, this will be used to my advantage. I will be able to get something off of this. Because this turn, unfortunately, I'm going to get a special attack drop. Then I'm going to Hyper Voice one more time. And I get back up on my special attack boost, right? But the way that the speed orders work, the Snarl actually will give me a weakness policy boost. And I think with that, Flutter becomes my biggest obstacle. So I'm down to Hyper Voice. And Moonblast Flutter. Hoping that Suicune does use Snarl again, and then Ursaluna can then use Blood Moon on Suicune, and then eventually I can get the K on the last Pokemon. We are definitely playing behind here, but let's see what we can do to make things work. Yeah, I have to eat up a big Moonblast, unfortunately. Oof, that does a lot. But Snarl comes out, which is important. This actually helps out a little bit, because that means that, yeah, Primarina's now down to -1, but I do have weakness policy here. So, that does get me back in the game a little bit. Ah, no! I barely missed a KO on Flutter. That hurts. I really needed that. Primarina, yeah, it was tough, yeah, definitely. But I don't regret going for that play. I think we did what we needed to do to try to be in this still. I'm down to Hyper Voice again with you know what? I could probably even set up... I'll Hyper Voice for now, and then the following turn set up Calm Mind. Yeah, I mean, if I was Flutter, I'd do the same. Makes sense. Come on, another special attack drop? That was mean. But yeah, I do need to preserve my special attack here. think I'm at -2, maybe -3. Okay, we can knock out Flutter, but geez, that was just... And we're playing far behind, but we're gonna try our best to climb back from this. The turn 1 wasn't great, yeah. And Flutter now carrying Taunt nowadays is actually something I need to be more mindful of. Because, like, yeah, most people are like, oh, well, I can't. So Mentor Herb actually would be really nice on Furgraf. And I actually I don't need Rocky Helmet as much anymore. So that might be helpful. Alright, so who's coming out next? It is going to be our Raging Bolt. Ooh, that's not great. Yeah, this definitely feels like a game over situation. They've already terrored, so Earthquake is, Earth Power is pretty free. And I think I will not actually attack, and I will use Calm Mind here. Oh, well, yeah, that works too. Yeah, why worry about the speeds when you can just do that? Yeah. Yeah, failing to set up, and that's one of the challenges of the full Trick Room team. Failing to set up Trick Room can really push you in a tough spot there. So, yeah, and then it doesn't matter. The damage output is minimal. And I get to set up Calm Mind, but at this point, I don't have any recovery with leftovers. So I'm just banking on... I don't even know what I'm banking on. Yeah, missing that KO on Flutter, though, does hurt. I could have done Blood Moon at that point, but yeah, and that's one of the things that's nice about Suicune. It's so bulky, too, but yeah, at this point, I ain't gonna live this. Yeah, that's true. At least Primarina had a peaceful end right there, and Raging Bolt actually was Life Orb, too. Well done for my opponent. I think that they played a really great team, and whew, man, that was definitely a tricky one, let me tell you. But it was a good battle overall. It was really good. Yeah, I think that with Flutter now carrying Taunt, it is more important now than ever to have Mentor Herb on Furgraf. So that would actually be my adjustment to this team. Alright, so let's take a look at where we stand with that loss. But honestly, it should be pretty good. I don't think we're still at 609. Still at 609. We're below 1,000, which is awesome. 11 wins today with 4 losses. Yes, absolutely. And I will send you the pace and all the stats for these Pokemon, but like, I think Furgraf Blood Moon feels really great, and you should definitely play around with it, even if you don't use the Trick Moon version of it. Yeah, you can even get rid of Dusclops if you wanted to, so... Yeah, for Furgraf, let me go find a Mentor Herb, and that's what we're going to use on it. Let me see where... There's got to be a Pokemon that's holding a Mentor Herb right now. Alright, I'll just look through my box, whatever. I bought so many Rocky Helmets too, it's ridiculous, so... I'll give it to Pheasantipity for now. Yeah, for ladder play, definitely mental, but if I was playing, like, different formats, then I probably wouldn't need to use Mental Herb. But I think for now, it helps with the whole Flutter main other lead, and I can bring in Incineroar, Rillaboom. Flutter can't taunt, and I get Trick Room off. Right, so that'll be nice. Okay, where's the Mental Herb? Thank you! No, thank you! No, I appreciate it. Yeah, I agree. I think that, like, if you're not, like, the biggest fan of Trick Room, there's definitely other ways that you can play this. Like, you don't have to use Trick Room. You could basically just use Furgraf as, let me support the rest of the team. Whimsicott, Helping Hand, Furgraf, Raging Bolt, Taunt Flutter, and something else. Yeah, I like that idea a lot. And I feel like Furgraf also helps out Bolt because, like, oh, against other additional priority, it stops it. And it kind of forces them to, like, play within your range. As well as, like, Flutter, you don't have to worry about, like, Bullet Punch, for instance. You can hit whatever back with, like Metagross would have to use Shadow, but you can Shadow Ball it. Or you can hit Flutter with Shadow Ball. Or hit Bolt and protect yourself from Thunderclap. I think with that, you do have a lot of support. Rillaboom could be a potential option. I feel like you're Rillaboom, and you've played it really well. Would be really nice. If you wanted a second priority, I personally like 2 Fake Outs. That's really nice. Second priority could also be from, second Intimidate could come from Salamence. Roaring Moon would be interesting. I think that you'd play Double Dragon again, essentially, with Bolt and Moon. I would just be mindful that, based on what your team looks like, you don't have Fairy Resist. Yeah, I would change Leech Seed. I think you have Grassy Glide. I would recommend Woodhammer. It's kind of nice where it's like, well, if you're either going to outspeed him anyways, you can Woodhammer, or I can take one hit, and I really want that knockout. Woodhammer does a really great job. Alright, cool. We got the Mentor Herb, so we're going to go with that for Farigiraf's item. And I think that will give us a better matchup against the lead Flutter who wants to use Taunt. Because, yeah, once I use a Taunt, sure. And actually, this is funny enough, I actually used this version of Farigiraf earlier in literally the first series where I had Mentor Herb and Armor Tail. So, like, Prankster didn't work, or if not... Yeah, there is a lot of special for sure. I think that with the lot of special hitters, Assault Vest Rillaboom looks really good. You could also try out Assault Vest Iron Hands, but it definitely is a tough one there. Oh, it looks like they also have a Farigiraf, but instead they have Kingambit and Whimsicott, where we have Dusclops and Ursaluna. So we're both going a different direction with that. I think with that, I don't necessarily want to set up Trick Room. I remember last time I let Kingambit go off a little bit too much, so I kind of want to be mindful of that. And make sure that, like, hey, Kingambit doesn't go off as much. I think the way that they could threaten that would be Primarina Kingambit and Cineroar Kingambit. Okay, here's how I'm going to play it. I'm going to put in Rillaboom, I'm going to put in Ursaluna, I'm going to put in Farigiraf, and I'm going to put in Primarina. The intent behind this is if they leave Incineroar for Kingambit, I am going to Earth Power, and I'm going to switch out Rillaboom for Farigiraf. That way, if they do try to set up Swords Dance, then I at least I do a considerable amount. Maybe I even get the KO. If they don't set up Swords Dance, Incineroar might use Parting Shot. It's the one problem, but we'll work through it. We'll figure it out. Alright, Dave Bowling. That's a cool picture, by the way. Alright, Dave Bowling, what you got for us? Alright, we're going Rillaboom Farigiraf. Okay, so they're gonna go that route. We got our own Rillaboom and Ursaluna. Alright, so Ursaluna does not... I appreciate being out here right at this moment. I didn't bring my own Incineroar, did I? No. Okay. I do feel like U-turn into Rillaboom seems solid. And I'll protect for now. Yeah, great call. Great observation, Apollo. Yeah, that's right. My Rillaboom is faster thanks to... we saw that either won the speed tie or it's faster thanks to us seeing the... Okay, they didn't anticipate an Incineroar, and that's why I didn't want to immediately go for it. So we are going to get this Protect off. But yeah, you're right. That's a great call out of that. My Rillaboom actually was faster thanks to our Grassy Terrain setting up first, or we want a speed tie. So one of the two. Good observation. Important to recognize that. I think with that, I do feel comfortable going into Primarina. I don't anticipate them to immediately hit me with a Grass type move. And then Woodhammer. Oh, Rillaboom stays in. Oh, that's not fun. Okay. Okay. I was expecting trick. Okay, with that, I do want to keep Primarina safe. So I do feel like Farigiraf switching out there would be solid. I will Blood Moon into Rillaboom to knock it out now. Then the following turn, Protect, Trick Room. And then go for Earth Power and things like that. Yeah. I did not anticipate Woodhammer immediately into Ursaluna, yeah. Because, yeah, if it was for a graph afterwards, then I would feel a little bit more confident in saying, like, okay, I can double up into Kingambit. But this one I'm playing a little bit risky here. I think because Kingambit could easily also Kowtow Cleave, and yeah, this is not like a bad response or anything. It's just more of like, Ursaluna's gonna be taking a lot. Okay, we good with that. That's totally fine here. Yeah, I take a lot of damage with that, unfortunately. And we set up Swords Dance, right? Okay. And we also confirm that Kingambit is faster than Blood Moon. It's a little bit tough. Okay, we crit on the Rillaboom, but that doesn't really make much of a difference here. And they also their own Primarina. Okay, this has been a fun game so far. Okay, I benefit most from Trick Room. It makes sense for Ursaluna to protect, and then they to double up into Farigiraf, right? I'm gonna go ahead and fire off a Trick Room here. I could do that. Yeah, because what could happen is I will fire off a Trick Room, and I'll protect this turn, expecting something like a, yeah. I mean, it kind of feels obvious that this would happen. Because if I'm Kingambit, what am I going to do? I'm going to target the Farigiraf slot. Now, if for some reason Kingambit decided to go after Farigiraf, expecting the obvious play that I made, or go after Blood Moon, then I think we're going to be in a solid spot. But yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you do this? But what I'm going to do next turn is, now that I have Pressure for Fake Out, I'm going to Fake Out into Earth Power this next turn. The problem is now Kingambit feels like it can Terra. So I think one of the challenges here is, do I predict that Kingambit Terras and goes for Blood Moon, or do I predict that Kingambit doesn't Terra and go for Earth Power, right? I feel like in this case, I do have to fire off a pretty strong Hail Mary, so I'm down for the Blood Moon here. Wait, no, we don't know yet. But yeah, this is a good way to, yeah. Obviously, I should have thought through this. And Kingambit decides not to Terra. Cleave into Ursaluna. Yeah, and that's a one-hit KO. Yeah. Still possible-ish. We would have to Woodhammer, and we would have to get a pretty strong Moonblast that gets a KO here. If Kingambit Terras into something, then that actually would open something up for us. Like Terra Dragon, for instance, would be enough. Or, like, even... It could be Terra Dragon. I think that if Kingambit's worried about high horsepower, because I haven't revealed anything. Yeah. It's game, set, and match. Kingambit can just, yeah. And I think that's the thing. Like, I had a tunnel... I felt pressure to tunnel vision into Kingambit, and now they can just set up Trick Room, and who cares? Yeah. So... Yeah, Sword Dance Kingambit, man, is pretty strong. And I think that Dusclops, I feel like it's a slot that I don't use as often. It could be a Pokemon that you could potentially substitute to make it where that doesn't hit you as hard. Yeah, at this point, why would Kingambit even Terra? You're going to cleave into Rillaboom, sure. I have 15 HP left. I get off the Moonblast. Oh, here you go. Merry Christmas. Excuse me. And Farigiraf just set some nasty plots, so there isn't really much we can do here. One way that we could... I don't know if that would actually help. I mean, I'll Hyper Voice, but, like, again... You probably have Kowtow Cleave, Sucker Punch, right? So, yeah, I resist it. 47 damage, right? Because is that +4. And you can just hit me with Psychic. I mean, so. Yeah, unfortunate there. I think that King Gambit, Swords Dance King Gambit's really strong. Yeah, just Terra Blast. Probably doesn't have Psychics like Terra Blast and Nasty Plot, Trick Room, Terra Blast. And maybe Helping Hand or some other move. So, yeah, great job from my opponent. I think King Gambit's definitely a good call in this matchup. Yeah, because King Gambit probably just has Protect, Swords Dance, Kowtow Cleave, and Sucker Punch, and then a defensive Terra if it needed it, but I think in that battle it's like, well, you don't have high horsepower. And if I did have high horsepower, that'd be a whole different story, but because we didn't, there's not really any way we could have climbed back from that game. But yeah, a couple hard matches, yeah, absolutely, but actually good learnings for sure. And yeah, really glad, proud of us getting to, I mean, hey, I didn't expect us to get to Master Rank that quickly, so I take it. And it's important to be able to learn from that too, so King Gambit coming up is kind of interesting, because King Gambit used to be not as common, but now it's been more common. Okay, so we have Sun, but Sun doesn't have the usual suspects. This instead has Lilligant, it has Lilligant Torkoal, which is common, but Raging Bolt instead, with Fire Ogerpon, Farigiraf, and Roaring Moon. Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I definitely felt like the last match was solid, but definitely room for improvement there too. It was really cool, yeah. I might have to explore King Gambit again, because I actually used it in Series 1 a lot, but definitely has a place here too. Probably would be a good replacement over Dusclops, right? So like, hey, I got some dark coverage, I can also, you know, I can soak up Intimidates and things like that. This is definitely a fun one, yeah. Alright, so let's think about this. They would probably want to, I could probably lead Incineroar with Primarina, I want to say. Rillaboom Free's weak. Ursaluna might work. And then Farigiraf? I'm not sure if I feel as confident too. I think Dusclops, I could have made an argument for it, but I think with Primarina and Incineroar, I do have like some protection against like the after you or Sleep Powder stuff. Okay, so it's Farigiraf and Ogerpon. This is interesting because yeah, I do get the attack drop on both, but Ogerpon threatens but super effective on both Incineroar and Primarina, right? So that's not great. I don't mind Parting Shot into Ogerpon. I'd imagine Ogerpon would do something like follow me into Trick Room. So I don't mind Parting Shotting, honestly. So I'll do that. If I get knocked out, so be it. And then I will Hyper Voice both. Okay, Spiky Shield is set up. I'm not too worried about that. That means that the following turn, I now kind of threaten you with some big damage as well. So looks like Primarina is not going to attack. I get the Hyper Voice off. And I'll miss Parting Shot. But what is Farigiraf going for exactly? Oh, it goes for its own Hyper Voice. Decent damage. You have your own Throw Spray. Okay. Knowing that Farigiraf is slower is actually kind of helpful. I think with that, I don't mind Parting Shotting into Farigiraf this time around. Oh, you know what? I kind of want to Lariat into you and Hyper Voice. Okay, so you go for Power Whip. Unfortunately, I will be get knocked out there. Protect would have been helpful, yeah. And this is single target too, so that's going to hit a little bit harder. Okay. I do outspeed their Farigiraf, which is helpful to note. So, I think what I can do here is I can Parting Shot into their Farigiraf, and I'll set up Trick Room myself. Alright, so I had to deal with Cudgel. Sure. Incineroar faints. And this actually is going to hurt a little bit, yeah. Ooh, that took a lot of damage off of me. We do set up Trick Room, which is helpful, and it does make it a little bit easier for Blood Moon to do its thing. So I got 4 turns to make something happen here. So we're going to definitely Hyper Voice, and I'm going to Dazzle as well. Oh, you know what? I'm actually going to target Psychic into Ogerpon. Perfect. I didn't mind. I was planning on doing that anyways. That's a helpful crit for sure. Oof. You know how many Pokemon I have to KO? And they probably even still have, yeah, we're not gonna get the KO here. Yeah, and they probably still even have Torkoal in the back, right? You're just gonna Power Whip? Yeah. I think protecting Primarina and then using Parting Shot was the move. That would have cycled back Incineroar for another round of Intimidate to make it easier to deal with Ogerpon. And that was on me for getting a little bit too aggressive there. Protecting, then using Parting Shot, then... Because the Hyper Voice did a good amount of damage. Then I could have switched out Primarina for Incineroar again. Probably set up Trick Room, Parting Shot one more time, use Hyper Voice, and then Blood Moon would have had a much better place there. Yeah, we'll go ahead and continue. That's still not bad. You know, 1,200. I mean, hey, 11 wins, 6 losses. But yeah, I think that and a big part of that too, just be mindful of where we're at and making sure that we're in a solid spot with that too. Alright, looks like we got a batter against Vetter, who is going to be rocking a Rain team with Archaludon, Landorus, Tornadus, Pelipper, Urshifu, and Rillaboom. So a lot of water offense. Primarina looks pretty good here. I just have to be mindful of how to position it. I need to know that Pelipper has Wide Guard. It doesn't look great for Blood Moon Ursaluna. I would pretty much be forced to Terra it, which I'm not a big fan of. Landorus also has access to Poison with Sludge Bomb. I don't mind Dusclops Rillaboom as a lead, with Primarina and Farigiraf in the back. I could also go with Farigiraf and Rillaboom, but they don't have priority, except for Aqua Jet, so we'll go this way. Because of that, hopefully we can then use like Relief Knock attacks to get KOs that we need. Because Torn can't, yeah, it's, man, this is gonna be a tough one. Because it depends on what they bring out. Yeah, Torn and Lando. Okay. Lando has Life Orb, Mental Herb. Okay, so you don't have Covert. With that, what would Tornadus want to do? Probably taunt. So what I can do is I can actually set up Trick Room and then bring it in for a Giraffe. It's kind of an interesting way to play this, but basically saying, hey, I don't want to take a big Sludge Bomb. Because if I fake out Tornadus, then I could take a Sludge Bomb. If I fake out Landorus, then I could get taunted, right? Lando sets up Sub, which could benefit us. Actually, this can work. And then we just get Bleak Wind. That's fine by me. Okay, here I want to Nightshade into Landorus, and I think I'm going to Dazzling Gleam both. Okay, perfect. That means that Primarina's Hyper Voice are actually going to be pretty strong here. Light Chip, Sandsteel Storm, great. Looks like Farigiraf's gonna get knocked out next turn. Alright, I'm gonna Nightshade into Lando, and I will Psychic Tornadus. Now this will make it a little bit easier for Primarina to pick up the KO that it needs. Sure. Yeah, we like the crit. We'll get Bleak Wind. Okay. Cool. Alright, so my hope here is that we just get some big KOs with Primarina, and we can make it work. If you are concerned, you would try to switch out Landorus for Rillaboom. So I'm going to call that out, and I'm going to go ahead and Will-O-Wisp into Lando, and I'm going to go ahead and Hyper Voice into both. Yeah. Could have been an opportunity to set up Calm Mind, but I'm down for this play too. Does a decent amount. This is the last turn of Trick Room. Okay. Okay, so trying to think about this, it would be nice to get another Trick Room up, but I have to ask myself, how easy is that to do? Because I could definitely see a double up into the Dusclops slot. So I'm down to bring in Rillaboom and protect this turn with Primarina. The intent behind this is in the following turn, I could probably use something like Fake Out into Hyper Voice to try to pick up some big KOs here. Rillaboom being burnt is really helpful, but yeah, I think I need to Fake Out Landorus for sure. Yeah, and then you would Woodhammer into Dusclops, right? Yeah. I didn't want to take too much from that double up, and that was... I took that pretty comfortably for the most part. Rain's over, but what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say, hey, look, Rillaboom's burnt, so I'm going to say its damage output isn't as great as I would hope it would be. And I'm going to go ahead and use Fake Out and Hyper Voice into both. Now, they could protect Landorus and then attack with Rillaboom, in which case, how would I want to respond? And it's still fine. Sure. Because if Rillaboom attacks, then it has to lose a lot of HP, and then I probably could get it with Glassy Glide the next turn, right? Oh, was that a crit? No, that's just its attack. Wow. Okay. Alright. Then Grass Terror would have been the move, yeah, and then Moonblast. Miracle Seed. And yeah, for probably the Miracle Seed is why it's kicking. I'm surprised. You had Poison Terra. Yeah, I figured as much. And then I'm going to Fire Terror in response. I won't, unfortunately, be able to get the immediate KO that I want. Dang, yeah. I think that if I Terra'd, I think it would have been a lot more solid spot. Well, not necessarily. I think I could have brought in Dusclops again. And then Grass Terra'd. Okay, it does decent. Okay, Rillaboom knocks itself out, which is perfect. Yeah, and the problem with the Fire Terror is that it makes my matchup against any of the other Pokemon they have a lot harder. I think it's mainly Pelipper and Urshifu I'm most worried about, right? Pelipper comes out, yeah. Not the end of the world, but we can find ways to work around it. I'm going to definitely Wood Hammer into Pelipper. And I'm going to Nightshade into Tornadus. Or Landorus. And the following turn I could probably use something. Well, I don't even need to use Grassy Glide. Yeah, I mean Focus That's right. Yeah. Yeah, there's Weather Ball. And then Landorus just uses Sandsear Storm. Woo! That was tough. Yeah, I think that the Rain Focus team definitely invalidates a good amount of the Pokemon I have. I think that's one thing. If you're looking to use Raging Bolt over Blood Moon Ursaluna, if you're fearful of rain matchups, Raging Bolt does a lot better job, but yeah, I unfortunately had to take it off the table, and that made it a lot harder for me to move with it. Yeah, keeping around Primarina a little bit longer would have helped. I honestly thought I could have survived with the Will-O-Wisp cutting its attack in half, but the fact that it was, able to get that KO was impressive, but that's good to know. So that's helpful. I think I'll do one more battle with this team, and then we're going to switch over to my other team. Thank you. Yeah, it was definitely a really close match. I was very proud of it. Poison Lando is very tough, yeah, and it is really tough. I think one of the challenges also was that I didn't have, I had to commit the Fire Tear for fear of Poison. If I didn't have to do that, then it would have been a lot better, and that was one of the problems. Both Primarina and Rillaboom bring that poison weakness, making it a little bit harder to deal with it. Alright, Rose, what we got? Rose is coming up with some interesting Pokemon, including Raging Bolt, Iron Leaves, Iron Bundle, Great Tusk, Entity, and Volcarona. So, definitely seems like it's going to try to propel Iron Leaves further with that Psyblade. I won't be able to use Fake Out as often, but I will be able to have some terrain control, which is helpful. I do think that Dusclops could get Trick Room up relatively safely. Yeah, I still am down for Dusclops Incineroar lead. Because what I can do here is just use Parting Shot into Trick Room, right? And then I could use Blood Moon to pretty much clean up the game. And then Rillaboom in the back. So that's how I'm going to play it. If the opponent decides to use Bundle, I mean, I don't mind if Bundle knocks out Incineroar. You know, like, I think Incineroar is mainly to help with some Intimidate, but it's mainly just to pivot in Blood Moon without taking much damage. I don't want to commit, like, Protect. It don't feel great. So, I think at this case, it kind of helps kind of move that forward. And then I can choose whether Ghost Terror or maybe double up into Bundle or, you know, figure things out from there. One nice thing and one interesting play, too, is that I actually could use Parting Shot on my own Dusclops if I'm worried about they're going to double Protect to get Urshifu out. Alright, so we're going to get Bundle and Leaves versus Dusclops and Incineroar. So already looking pretty solid here. The Intimidate drop is going to help deal with... Oh! It won't because of Clear Amulet. Okay. So we find Focus Sash and we find Clear Amulet, right? Okay. Cool. I think in that case, I am still down to fire off the Trick Room. And I'm going to go ahead and Parting Shot into Bundle for now. Anticipating that they might want to switch in to Indeedee, right? I take that like a champ. Actually, I am curious how much Iron Leaves' defense, special defense is. So let me look that up real quick. Is it really specially defensive or not as scary as I think it will be? 108 is actually pretty impressive, but I do have the tech to work through this, so I'm going to bring in a Blood Moon for now. Cool. I don't have to worry about Trick Room from their end or anything, or any priority, so that'll be helpful. They got Bundle, they got Great Tusk, they got Volcarona, and they got Raging Bolt. No safe switch-ins to what I'm about to do, so I'm going to Brick Break myself, and I'm going to immediately fire off this Hyper Voice. Not a KO quite yet. We have to eat up a pretty powerful Leaf Blade. And does Indeedee also go for the attack? Oh, versus Trick Room. Interesting. Well, I'm not worried about that, because I'm just going to Trick Room again. And I'm going to Protect. Okay. I think the way that you would have to do this is you would have to... Oh, you know what? I should have covered for that. Side Blade and Helping Hand. With Psychic Terror. Yeah. I should have thought that through. And that would have been the play there. There is no Terror though. Okay. Yeah, they walked into that one. The play I would have said is like, you can't have Trick Room up, right? Okay, well, maybe that's the play. I think in that case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, look, I don't need Blood Moon's +2 special attack, but rather I'm going to go ahead and burn Iron Leaves, and I'm going to put in Incineroar. Rillaboom also would have been a pretty solid choice, because then I could fake out into Trick Room as well. But I think at this point, I definitely want to use Rillaboom. Once Leaves goes down, then I think Rillaboom can clean up the majority of the rest of the Pokemon. Helping Hand into probably Psyblade here? Oh, just Sacred Sword. Okay. Losing Incineroar is fine. I think the only other Pokemon I would be worried about would be... They have Bolt. I think it would be Great Tusk, but... and Rillaboom looks good against Tusk. And then if I had to deal with Volcarona, I can use Grass Terra. Or Fire Terra, rather. Okay, I think in this case, pretty straightforward. I'm going to just use Fake Out, and I'm going to set up Trick Room again. Neither of us has used our Terra yet. Indeedee switches out, sure. What are you going to switch into? Bolt. Okay. Knowing that it's Bolt means that Urshifu will, Ursaluna rather, will be very helpful. Photosynthesis activates its special attack. And use Fake Out. Okay. Leaf Blade goes in, but that tickled. Yeah, let's have Trick Room. Alright. I don't want to give them a free switch into, like, basically getting an attack off on Ursaluna for free. So, I kind of want to... I definitely want a Nightshade here, for sure. So I don't want a U-turn, because I want Ursaluna to get a free switch in during this time. I don't mind Wood Hammering for now. But yeah, Nightshade should help kind of put some pressure. Sure, Dragon Pulse. But again, that's why I didn't want to U-turn immediately. But knowing that I'm slower than Bolt in Trick Room is helpful. Because I can take another dragon. Perfect. I'm going to U-turn into Indeedee. And then immediately hit Bolt with a... yeah, so I'm U-turn into Nightshade Bolt. I'm going to U-turn into Indeedee. Knock out Indeedee. At the same time, I naturally switch in Ursaluna. Because Rillaboom is slower under Trick Room than Raging Bolt. Which is good. Then Ursaluna can kind of go ham for a little bit. And then, if I get it to where the endgame is Bundle versus Rillaboom, Rillaboom can win. So I get this Nightshade off. Perfect. Some chip there. Bolt goes in there. Rillaboom. Oh, jeez. No! Oof. I needed the free switch in into... Ursaluna. Ah, jeez, this is gonna be tough. Okay. Because Indeedee now just clicks the follow me button, right? If Indeedee doesn't click the follow me button, then I still can't win. Because, okay, if Indeedee doesn't click the follow me button, yeah, just follow me, right? Yeah. At this range, Hyper Voice wouldn't have been enough for a KO. Sure, I get the Brick Break off. It's not enough, obviously. If it was, then that'd be a different story. But yeah, we Earth Power, sure. And then as Bolt, you're just, what are you gonna do? You're gonna hit Dragon Pulse into, Ursaluna, right? Yeah. That was a very interesting, Trick Room war there. Dang, yeah, I think that the knockout on Rillaboom hurt. Because if I was able to get that U-turn off, I probably would have still gotten knocked out, but it would have been a free switch into, hey, you know what, it ain't over till the fat lady sings. I'm gonna do everything in my power. I'm just gonna Nightshade, you know, whatever. Yeah, sure, okay. Yeah, that was definitely the tricky part. And also, I think there was another way I could have set up Trick Room pretty early. I could have gotten a knockout on Iron Leaves earlier. Okay, cool. They set me up for Encore, which I'm just using Nightshade, so I don't mind. Trick Room's over, but can Dusclops pull a 2v1? Probably not. Well, there you go. Bundle had Electric Train. That's cool. So that boosts up Bundle and Walking Raging Bolt's electric attacks, right? Thunderbolt, here we go. This is going to be a pretty strong attack. Alright, 30. We're going to go out in style. You know what? Whatever. I was trying to think if a Terra might have done it, but yeah, no Terras I had would have helped. If I had Fairy Terra, Blood Moon, or Luna, that would have literally been it, but yeah. I was thinking about it, but I dropped it a while back. Yeah, and just clap. Alright, you're done. Alright, cool. Yeah, you can see what my Terra is and have fun with it. Good job. That was a great battle for my opponent. I think they played it really well, especially too. Iron Leaves is not a common Pokemon, but they found a way to make sure they could pivot it in well. And they took care of their biggest threat. There's definitely a lot going on against Primarina, and I just didn't feel as confident bringing it in. Excuse me. Alright, with that, guys, we're going to change up the team slightly. I'm really excited to play this new team. But first, let me go take a quick water break, and I'll be right back. My throat is killing me. Alright, we'll be right back, folks. Alright, we are back. Thank you guys so much for your patience. We're going to get our new team up and running here shortly, and I'm really excited to use them. So, the new team will be, let me change up the lighting a little bit. There we go. I don't look all, oh, well, no, we need the light, for sure. I don't look all washed out. Alright guys, so I hope you guys are just excited as I am for the new team we're going to be demoing. And here it is. We're going to be using this team right here. Oh, it looks like we do have to change up Rillaboom. Dang it. Okay, well, in any case, we have our first Pokemon. We got Rillaboom up there. Move him down a little bit. There you go. Then we got Golden Go. Third, we got Raging Bolt. So this will be the first time on the channel that we're using Raging Bolt. Look at him. I'm going to keep him like that. I don't keep him like that. He kind of goes above the thing, the long neck. That'll be perfect. Then we have Araquanid, which I'm personally very excited to feature. Araquanid has some pretty high defenses that will help out a lot. And then finally we have Alolan Ninetales and Incineroar. So Incineroar will be showing itself back on the team, but I'm excited for us to use Alolan Ninetales. We've used Alolan Ninetales on this channel before. I love it. She has great defenses, and the Hail really does help out a lot too. Alright, without further ado, let's go ahead and rock into this and try it out. This Incineroar also, I believe, has Helping Hand instead of Darkest Lariat. So we're going to see how this goes. Alright, we got another opponent here against Smoke. Oh, he's putting the Smoke. Oh, that's really interesting. We got... Oh, man, I wish I had Farigiraf now. That's okay. We have Chien-Pao, Ogerpon, Landorus, Fluttermane, Entei, and Latias. So, being able to set up Tailwind, rather, and go from there. There doesn't seem to be any immediate Rain Dance users, so it does feel pretty comfortable to use Ninetales. I think the main thing I do need to be mindful of is that I won't naturally just be able to be like, oh, let me fake out Entei, and then Ninetales sets up Aurora Veil. It could set up Aurora Veil still, it's just that Entei might get a KO there. Ooh, I'm excited, yeah. Dax actually, one of his favorites is Glaceon as well, so I'm glad that we get to use one of your favorites in this battle. Araquanid looks solid. I think I need to knock out everything. Well, it's mainly Ogerpon, right? Okay. I think Ninetales and Incineroar is pretty solid with Araquanid in the back, and then I could potentially use Bolt or Golden Go. I feel like they're gonna have more instances of Bolt than Golden Go. Yes, I'm gonna go with Golden Go here. I do recognize that I made my Entei matchup a little bit harder. And I wouldn't be surprised if they bring Entei for the sake of threatening Ninetales. But Araquanid is actually, oddly enough, a good switch-in into that. So we can use that to our advantage. So Ogerpon and Latias, actually. So that's good for us. That means we get Aurora Veil pretty safely set up. So I'm down to fire off an Aurora Veil now. And I do want to fake out into Ogerpon for now. Okay, so we're going to see a Tera immediately, which is kind of nice to see. If it's Latias, then I'm not too worried. It's Ogerpon. Okay. That means Ogerpon was trying to go on the offense here, which is helpful. That's fine. With Aurora Veil, I'll be able to take hits a little bit better. And I have Araquanid in the back, too, who can take a hit or two. But yeah, the fact that we're going to get a Fake Out here is totally fine. And I set up Aurora Veil. I would imagine they're going to set up Tailwind, if I'm not mistaken. Latias sets up Tailwind, and Ogerpon will flinch. Cool. Alright, in this case, I'm down to fire off a Moonblast into Latias. And I'm going to go ahead and switch into Araquanid. Alright, Araquanid comes out. Cool. And Latias goes from Mist Ball into Ninetales. Not much damage, but the special attack drop is what I was worried about. If we get Ivy Cudgel into Araquanid, I should take this like a champ. I took it like a champ. And I get to fire off this Moonblast here. Decent damage. Latias is pretty bulky. But now I think I can... that's a good question. I do feel like... I don't want to ignore Ogerpon for too long, so I don't mind splitting my damage this turn, going for Freeze Dry and Bug Bite. Okay, cool. Latias decides to recover, but if Latias reveals something like Citrus Berry, for instance, that would be helpful. I resist. Oh, I take neutral, and I barely took any damage there, which is nice. I'll fire off this Freeze Dry. Probably not going to do too much here. And I get to fire off this Bug Bite too. So, definitely a good amount of damage there. Latios reveals Rocky Helmet. Okay. I'm down for another Aurora, Moonblast. And I'll protect this turn, just to give me some breathing room. Cool. I wasn't targeting Ogerpon, so I feel okay with that. And Latios goes for another recover, sure. Tailwind's over, so that means my Moonblast can go first. And I honestly don't mind firing off another Bug Bite there. Yeah, it's nasty, but don't worry. There won't be too much recover left over. I took that Ivy Cudgel pretty well, which is good. And we're gonna fire off this Bug Bite again. Cool. Snow's over, but I still have 3 more turns of Aurora Veil. So I'm gonna go ahead and Moonblast into Latios, and I will use Incineroar to come back in. Excuse me. Ogerpon also being at -2 attack will be really helpful. And it feels like the opponent's trying to stick it in for a while. I think they're fearful of other attacks that I have, so that might indicate, like, maybe they have Landorus in the back or something like that, which will be really helpful in the long run. Oh, okay, follow me. And Latios steps up Tailwind again. Okay, I do feel comfortable firing off a Moonblast here. You know what? I actually would write a Freeze Dry into Ogerpon. And Helping Hand here. Anticipating another Follow Me so Latios can recover again. I feel like they're trying to play this way because they're fearful of... They have Landorus in the back, right? Latios withdraws, which is actually very helpful for us. And Landorus comes out, yep. Yeah, with the Aurora Veil up and at -2, you barely do anything. Okay. Got 2 more turns to Tailwind. Protect here. I'll switch to Araquanid for now. Earth Power Sir. I'll take that like a champ. And you doubled up. Fine. Aurora Veil's over. But now Ogerpon is at -3. So I'm gonna Ivy Cultural into Ogerpon. I'm gonna fake out into Landorus. Okay. That means I'll knock out Latias here. Okay. This next turn will be interesting. Their Tailwind's over, so Latias outspeeds, and they bring out Flutter. Okay. And is it speed or special attack? I think it would be speed, right? Speed, yeah, okay. Okay. Definitely want to protect here. And I think Flare Blitzing into Flutter will be... Flare Blitz Flutter, yeah. Okay. That means Lando either has to commit to... I get Citrus Berry up. So if Lando commits to Sludge Bomb, that means I should KO Flutter here. Committed to Sludge Bomb. Perfect. We don't get the KO on Flutter though. That hurts. Alright, this is going to be kind of interesting, but I'm actually going to switch in Golden Go. And I'm going to Flare Blitz into Flutter one more time. Oh my goodness, this is definitely a down-to-the-wire game. Okay, Moonblast comes out, but I'm worried that you didn't click Sludge Bomb. Click Sludge Bomb. Okay. We found it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Terran Ninetales doesn't make sense because it doesn't help me survive Moonblast more. Then against Ogerpon, Ogerpon can't KO 2 Pokemon at once and it's super low on HP. So their best bet would be to probably switch out one of their Pokemon for Ogerpon, in my opinion, to sack it. Whew, man, this is a tough one. Oh my gosh, this is so stressful. Because Landorus has exerted so much offensive pressure. Yeah, and that was honestly one of the toughest things. I was like, alright, we gotta make the call. And unfortunately at this range, Sludge Bomb still would KO Ninetales even with my Terra. If I had like Terra Steel, for instance. Yeah, we're going for Terra Steel. It doesn't improve my survivability against Lando, but in case Flutter decides to use Shadow Ball. There we go. I Freeze Dry, this should be a one-hit KO. Perfect. Alright, we win. Oh, this is a game. Let's go. Okay, thank goodness. Oh my gosh. Apollo, we beat the recovery stall. Can we get some hype in the chat for beating the recovery stall? It's not over yet, technically. But oh my goodness. That was definitely a scary turn, but yeah, it was something that had to be done. Oh my gosh, let's go. Oh, I need to get a hype command. We'll get that soon enough. Let's go. We got the Lucarios in the chat. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Yes! The Daxman hype. Okay, so luckily Ogerpon is so low HP anyways. I'm not too worried about it. We basically just want to double up. Just keep on exerting as much offensive pressure as possible. So we're going to go ahead and make it rain, and we're going to go ahead and hit that freeze strike button. Yeah. And Prophet, look at that! Your favorite Ninetales got the KO. It won. And we did it. Yes, let's go. The opponent definitely didn't want to move their Latias at all. They wanted to keep Latias on the field as long as possible. And I'm glad that we called it out. So Ninetales, we deliver the smoke. We defeated Smoke. Yes. Oh my gosh. Ninetales did it. That was awesome. Yeah, and like I said, there was no like immediate counter to weather. So Auroraville did a great job. I was so proud of it. Freeze Dry immediate threat on Landers, on Dragon, Latias, and on Water Ogerpon. And it was nice that they teared Water Ogerpon immediately. Oh yay! Now everyone gets a Master Ink Ribbon again. That's awesome. That means Raging Bolt gets a Master Ink Ribbon without doing anything, which is funny. Yeah, and then recognizing, hey, I can knock out Incineroar and not deal with it. Yo, flawless! Flawless! Now, let me tell you. Latios definitely is a Pokemon I need to be mindful of. Luckily, no special attack drops, that was helpful. And looks like we're going up against Scorpion. Okay, so Scorpion has a really interesting combo with the Annihilate and Whimsicott. I don't really feel like I need Intimidate, though. Because who's at 4? Like, Urshifu crits anyways, right? Araquanid looks really strong here. I need to get rid of Raging Bolt. And once I do, I think Araquanid can clean up. I'm down for a Ninetales Rillaboom lead, honestly. And then using my own Raging Bolt with Araquanid. Let's go for that. Yeah, because I think once so getting rid of Urshifu means that actually, Urshifu doesn't... All 4 of my Pokemon do well against Urshifu, so if you bring that out, I mean, thank you for the free KO. It's mainly Raging Bolt. Once I get rid of Bolt, then my own Bolt or Araquanid go off. Yeah, I know this combo. I don't want to mess with it. Yeah, I feel like in this juncture, firing off a Moonblast and also firing off a Woodhammer could work. I could also fire off High Horsepower if I anticipate Fire Terror from Annihilate. So I might do that, and I'll just also High Horsepower here. Yeah. Annihilate is going to get to +4. Whimsicott Terras to Ghost? Oh, I didn't care. I wasn't focused on Whimsicott at all. Okay, I haven't done anything yet. They were thinking I was going to use Fake Out. I didn't like that. Okay, then fire up Bulk Up. Okay, this is interesting. Well, knowing that Whimsicott committed Terra will help out. That means Bolt actually has a better matchup against it. I'm down for Moonblast again. And I would Grassy Glide. I could. Yeah, I don't really have a good switch in. I'm down for Grassy Glide and Moonblast again. Okay, Whimsicott goes for Tailwind, but I'm fine with that. Jeez, that was a lot. What's your plus? Yeah, +3, because of the lousy... I'll set up a Auroraville for now, and I'm gonna win an Araquanid. Cool, that's fine by me. They win in their own Rillaboom, sure. Okay, that's fine by me. I was setting up Aurora Veil anyways, so that's nice. Keep it simple. I think in this case I'm down to Moonblast, and I will also Liquidation into Annihilate. You can only fake out one, which will be Arachnid, sure. Thanks to Aurora Veil, I take that a lot more comfortably, which is nice. Perfect. And Tailwind should end soon. Yeah, this Annihilate is just sticking on the field for a while, man. I got one more turn of Tailwind? Cool. In that case, I'm going to Protect. And I'm going to Protect as well. I would imagine you're going to switch into Whimsicott, right? Yeah. Okay, you would have protected anyways. I think that if I targeted down Whimsicott, that would have been helpful. But alright, Protect failed, but I won't be able to do... Snow's over, but I still got Aurora Veil up for a while. You're probably going to Tailwind. And Arachnid is at full HP, yeah. Peter's out. And Grassy Train ends. So I get another round of that. So I think here I'm going to Moonblast again, and I'm going to Liquidation. You already protected, so... If I get Annihilate... Oh, man, I had to spend so much to get Annihilate off the field, though, which isn't great. Whimsicott could use Encore, though. Oh, it just uses Tailwind. Fine. You going after? Sure. Alright, Annihilate is out. Alright, now is the big question. How do we deal with Whimsicott in the long run? I think I bring out my own Rillaboom back out. Urshifu comes out. Perfect. I don't mind. And it's Dark Urshifu. Okay. Yeah, I'll Moonblast into their Urshifu. And I'm going to Grassy Glide into their Whimsicott. Okay. Was that Choice Band damage? I couldn't tell. This will be interesting. I'm not opposed to that. The main thing I need to be mindful of is Encore, so I think I do need to double up into Whimsicott to prevent any other shenanigans. Oh, this is definitely a tricky one. Yeah, barely has it tickles, but it's the Encore stuff that I want to be mindful of. I took that really well. Okay. That's where it gets... Okay, tier 1's over. So my Grassy Glides will outpace the Rillaboom's Grassy Glides. I think Fairy Terra now, and then Dragon Pulse into Urshifu is going to be important. And I'm going to Grassy Glide one more time. I could have also Thunderclapped, but... I'm trying to think why I... Oh, I guess more damage output. And I'm as confident I can survive the attacks. Man, this is one heck of a battle. Aurora Veil is over. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It is actually really good with the Annihilate combo. A beat up Whimsicott to kind of get it set up and ready to go. So we get the Grassy Glide off. Does Wicked Blow. I did in a casual battle yesterday, and I was actually able to do a pretty good job against it, which wasn't too bad. It was okay, sweet. And yeah, that was perfect Terra to avoid taking too much damage there, which is exactly what I needed. But yeah, it was like Iron Crown and Indeedee. And then today I did fight a Hatterene Indeedee, which would have been that size spam. Oh, and Aurora Veil just wears off. But I was able to counter that relatively well by having terrain control. But yeah, now... Oh, I actually have high horsepower and not any other move. Oopsies. I will Wood Hammer to do as much damage as possible. But yeah, it hasn't been as egregious as I thought it would have been, which has been nice. Yeah, Rillaboom is going to go for a high horsepower still. Huh, that's interesting. I would have thought you would have changed it up to Wood Hammer. But I get a Fire Off Wood Hammer. Does a good amount of damage here. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, actually, in the Tracheon team, it does have Misty Terrain as well to help stop that too. It is very powerful, but yeah, with Incineroar and also Rillaboom, it can help kind of deal with it, which is really helpful. But yeah, it's just because so many Pokemon got Expanding Force that it became even stronger, which is one of the challenges with that. Cool. Now I think we can double up. Yeah, I don't know why they're committed to high horsepower. It's not going to help them out. There you go. And the Wood Hammer was enough to get the KO there. Rillaboom, let's go! But yeah, that's why I wanted to protect, just to give myself some breathing room. I thought they would have gone for Wood Hammer with my Fairy Terra, but they didn't. And we defeated Scorpion! Get over here! That was a really fun battle. Whew, that was definitely tricky. I was thinking it was Water Urshifu, but it was nice to see Dark Urshifu, because it was like, alright, you're gonna Wicked Blow, and then if I get the KO immediately on that turn, then it makes it easier. And yeah, Whimsicott kind of was like this weird, like, oh, I wanted to use Encore, but knocking it out before it could do any of those shenanigans was really helpful. So it was like Tailwind, Encore, Beat Up, and I don't know what the fourth one probably was. I thought it was Moonblast, but it never went for it, so it could have been a different move. 1463, y'all. Look at that, 13 wins. We are on a roll. Alright, looks like we got another opponent against Cole. What Cole got for us? Cole, what do you got for us? Cole has some pretty scary Pokemon, especially with some Sun support. We got Whimsicott, Entei, Walking Wake, Fluttermane, Chien-Pao, and Metagross. So definitely can use the Sun to his advantage and try to pick off... yeah, and I imagine he's going to win Sun in this matchup, right? I think one of the challenges, though, is usually whenever a trainer does that, they use Sun and they try to attack. I'm able to capitalize on that, but Ninetales doesn't have an immediate, like, hey, I'm actually going to hit this Pokemon for a lot of damage here. So, actually, I could use that to my advantage. I could go Ninetales Raging Bolt. If they decide to go that route, then I can just use Thunderclap to do a lot of damage to Entei early on. I could also go Ninetales Araquanid. I think Raging Bolt sounds pretty solid. I like Araquanid as well. Rillaboom's Fake Outs can help. I don't have U-Turn, but I do have high horsepower. Grassy Glide helps out against Rocking Wake and all that. Golden-Go is mainly worried about Entei. I don't know. I think I'll go Rilla. I do like the Fake Out Presser, and Grassy Glide can help. High Horsepower is also good against Metagross. I do recognize that late game Entei is... I mean, late game Entei is tough against this team anyways, because it does a great job against Golden-Go, Ninetales, and Rillaboom. And I do have Araquanid and Bolt for it, but it's not as easy to use it. Because you would be like, oh, use Incineroar, but Focused is a great way to kind of go about that. Yeah, so this Rillaboom moveset is Fake Out, High Horsepower, Grassy Glide, and Wood Hammer. So we actually get Walking Wake and Whimsicott, which is kind of nice. So in this case, I feel this is a great lead. I'm just going to Freeze Dry, expecting... yeah, I'm going to Freeze Dry, expecting Walking Wake to try to target down Raging Bolt. And I'll Protect here. Walking Wake would have to commit to Fire Terra now. Okay. Okay, Speed, which is fine, because I'm going to get my special attack boost. Walking Away can now kind of pin down where it feels like it has the Terra, so I'm going to Thunderclap and Freeze Dry that slot too. Yeah. So what Terra would it be? Steel Terra would be pretty solid. If it's Water Terra, then I definitely feel very great about this. Fire Terra, yeah, probably Fire. Then it probably is going to go after Ninetales, if I'm not mistaken. If it doesn't, then it'll go after Bolt, but I do get to hit off with a pretty solid Thunderclap immediately. So we're going to see the tail one come out. It does a lot of damage. And it goes for the Draco. Okay. I think what I want to do is switch out Ninetales for Araquanid. And I'm going to Fake Out into Wake. Yeah, you know, he clapped them cheeks good, man. He was like, nah, I ain't having this. I'm going immediately. Cool, Whimsicott switching out is great for me. Entei coming out is fine, too. Ooh, this comes from, that Entei is actually pretty famous. It comes from, it's Heart Gold and Soul Silver, and this was the one that you would use to get the event in Black and White, which is kind of cool. It's shiny, and it also has the call out the Pokemon fan, and it came out in a Charis Ball. Okay, this is interesting, because I could Water Tear immediately, which isn't a bad idea, and then hit Entei for, like, an incredible amount of damage, and then just switch out into Ninetales. Yeah, it's a cool one. If you have, I might have a friend who can clone. I do have a friend that can clone Pokemon. Basically, we trade it to a file, he copies it and pastes it. Defton, great to see you, man. I am doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. But yeah, we're just out here playing Pokemon, having a great time. Most likely I might lose Ninetales here, but I have resigned that I don't need Ninetales necessarily, and getting a big knockout on Entei would be huge. Walking Wake goes for Flamethrower. It's probably going to target Ninetales, right? Oh, it just targets... I took 5 damage. You see that? It took more damage from Life Orb than anything. And it doubled up. I can't get burned either. That was a crit. That was a crit, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, no, absolutely. If I can find a way to clone it, I will absolutely trade you that Entei that you can... and there's also, like, Suicune and Raikou, but the Entei one's the best one, for sure. Alright, looks like Whimsicott is coming back out to play. So, I guess the question is, what would Whimsicott want to do? Would it want to use Sunny Day or Tailwind Silver? You got one more turn to Tailwind, so you're probably going to Sunny Day. So I think in this case, I do feel confident going for a... I'll go for a Bug. I honestly will go for a Liquidation into Walking Wake. Yeah, I'm going to go into a Liquidation as a Walking Wake, and I'm going to switch out Ninetales back into Rillaboom. Yeah, this team is really fun. Combines a lot of what I enjoyed about San Antonio with new stuff, too. But yeah, the fact that, I mean, Water Breath will already resist Fire-type moves, so I get even more resistance, which is crazy. Yeah, sure. I figured as much. If Wake goes after Rillaboom, then Ninetales comes back out, which is fine. I think what I could have done was Protect for sure. But yeah, the fact that Rillaboom survives is great. And yeah, a huge part of that too is that Walking Wake's already at -2 special attack, so we were able to take care of that. Not over yet, but we can definitely find a way to win this. Tailwind's over, and it's Flutter Mane as the last one. Okay. Flutter Mane activates Photosynthesis, special attack is boosted. Okay. How many turns of Grassy Terrain I got? I got 2 turns of Grassy Terrain. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and Liquidation into Flutter, and I'm going to Grassy Glide into it. You don't need Tailwind. Okay, does a good amount of damage. Flutter goes for a Moonblast. That means Araquanid is going to knock out Flutter. And then it's just Araquanid and Ninetales versus Whimsicott. And I'm at full HP. Get that Liquidation off in the sun. Let's see. We're going to get the KO right here. Bah! Flutter Mane didn't even stand a chance! Oh, this battle feels so good. This battle feels great. Look at Araquanid. We got to get a shiny one. We got to get a shiny one. We have to get a shiny one. Oh my goodness. And, you know, that's the thing. The opponent, you saw that. How much the opponent felt so pressured to set up Sunny Day. And I don't need it, right? So now I'm just going to Bug Bite, and I'm going to Freeze Dry. They're setting up Sunny Day again. I don't need Aurora Veil to win, right? So that's the thing. This is a really nice team because, like, oh, the pressure that I exert with Aurora Veil, you don't want to mess with that. But here, like I just did, oh, look how much damage I already did with my Freeze Dry. Whimsicott can't get 2 KOs in 1 turn. Grassy Terrain expires. Araquanid stayed on the field for a super long time. So we can just, you know, we'll just fire off a Liquidation and we'll fire off a Freeze Dry. And sure, yeah, you're gonna Moonblast. I took 40 damage. Do you see how little I took? Araquanid's defenses are unreal. And there you go. That's it. That was a great match. That was great. I mean, we lost Raging Bolt. Excuse me, you saw that. We lost Raging Bolt turn 1. And we were knocked it out. Entei, not a problem. Flutter Mane, the double up was perfect. That was exactly what we needed. We just needed to say, hey, you know what? And they focused on a Rillaboom. And so I was glad that we said Grassy Glide plus Liquidation, get that knockout on Flutter Mane, and all their offensive threats gone off the table. Let's go. Oh my gosh, that was a great battle. Okay, I think we've been streaming for quite some time, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're going to do one more. Then I'm going to call it for a night. But yeah, this team is fun. Araquanid, who would have thought? It's like Water Spider right there. Talk about the Spider-Verse right here. Araquanid. Look him up, he's part of it. Yeah, so I'm gonna clip, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do the, I'm gonna have full battles, and then I'll have the clips as well. Alright, it looks like we'll be facing off against a Rain team to end things off. So this will be interesting if they decide to lead Pelipper or not. Araquanid honestly looks really powerful, but we have to get it set up in the right way to let it pop off. But we can find a way to do it. With that, I do like Raging Bolt as well. I think the problem right now is how do I deal with Landorus outside of Bolt. Rillaboom Fake Out's helpful. And I do actually like the threat that I have Ninetales in the back. So I'm actually going to go with Rillaboom, Araquanid, Ninetales, and Bolt. Oh, do I lead Bolt? Nah, I think I'll keep Bolt in the back. Yeah. Because if they are like, hey, I want to set up Rain, then I'm going to hit them pretty hard. Araquanid doesn't really care too much about what Landorus wants to do. So I could Fake Out and immediately Liquidation and just knock it out and be done with it. Urshifu doesn't want to be out there either. So let's take a look. So it's Urshifu Water and Pelipper. Great. This looks fun. Pelipper probably wants to fire off a Hurricane. So I'm going to Fake Out her Pelipper, and I'm going to try to knock it out with Liquidation. Yeah, I'm just going to do as much damage as possible. Then the following turn I can use, like, Grassy Glide, right? Okay, Urshifu switches out. Fine by me. I'll deal with Urshifu later. I don't need to deal with it now. I wasn't worried about Duraludon. Okay. That's a one-hit. I just knocked out Pelipper. Done. You see how clean that is? Look how pretty that looks. Pelipper off the board. Landorus comes in. And I am going to Warhammer Landorus, and I'm going to go ahead and Liquidation Landorus as well. Okay. Most likely then our Carludon is going to try to set up... Oh, it could do Electro Shot here. Okay. But I am pretty bulky. It's also good to note that a Carludon is actually... Okay, so I will lose Araquanid immediately. Which isn't a big deal. Okay. Yeah, no, absolutely. I'd be down to just, like, chill and not stream, but run some of the Tapu Dynamax adventures. If you want to record it, let me know. Yeah, I would love to help you out with the record, but if not, not a big deal either. But yeah, I'd be down, for sure. Okay, so I think here, I need to figure out how to oh, Duraludon could use, like, a Flash Cannon or something, right? High horsepower it. Protect for now. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm down. Yeah, I figured as much. Poison Terror. Alright. So this actually kind of... If I can knock out Duraludon early, I actually can pave the way for Raging Bolt to win. Okay, Rillaboom's gonna have to take a pretty big hit here. Oh, that's just a one-hit KO? Dang, I did not realize that. Okay, well... Lando popping off. Yeah, and I had to deal with Flash Cannon. Okay. Alright. This is where our trouble starts, but we can make it work. Dang, yeah, and I think that was the problem. I let Araquanid go down to that Electro Shot way too early. That definitely cost us a lot. But we can definitely come back from this. If there's a will, there's a way. We can find it. Lando decided not to attack. Okay, well... Yeah, I feel like Duraludon hasn't really come up yet. I think it's just because our Carlodon got so many great tools like Stamina and the Electro Shot has been huge, but... yeah, I definitely wouldn't be surprised if we see that eventually coming up, but... yeah, it just hasn't really been popping up on people's radars quite yet. But could be something to play around with, especially with Stalwart, where you don't have to worry about redirection. Raging Bolt avoiding that is huge, honestly. So we take those. But we do have to eat up this Draco. Oh, is that a crit? No, that's just a KO. Jeez! Alright, well, this is an important loss. I think it was it highlighted, man, we had a commanding lead too, but it just goes to show just how powerful our Carludon and Landorus were. I mean, they were able to just get one-hit KO after one-hit KO. I thought that I could at least survive one, but, like, dude, they wrecked me. That was pretty good. Well done. Our Carludon Raging Bolt Double Dragon would be kind of fun, too. I think that would be really fun. Especially, too, if you want to do the whole, like... if you're thinking about, like, beat up, then you can do that to immediately get to +4 for body press and things like that. But, yeah. I always feel bad ending on a loss, but do need to go to the restroom. Also, too, we've been streaming for quite some time, and I just want to take a moment before, hey, that was a great battle. Well done by the opponent. I want to take a moment. Let's look at that rating. 1377. 1377. Yeah, Double Dragon's honestly really great. Especially now, Year of the Dragon, right? 2024, so you gotta go for it. 1377, day 1, we immediately got to a master rank. We've been doing an incredible job. I think that was even higher than when I started. So 14 wins, 9 losses. But I learned a lot into those losses and those wins, man. We got some commanding leads there. So I just want to say, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Profi, Daxman, Apollo, even those in the chat who might have been quiet, just tuning in, checking it out. Thank you guys so much. I had an absolute blast playing the Regulation F. This is a really fun format. I'm going to keep on playing. I think Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and yeah, I agree. Those two I felt really great with, and again, like the last team I had, it combined like Raging Bolt stuff with what I really enjoyed in San Antonio, and Blood Moon Ursaluna was really great too. So I'm really thrilled about how everything worked out, and yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Had a blast. Tomorrow, Daxman45, you know him, he gonna be streaming on Saturday. Dax, remind me, you got a new Nuzlocke coming up that you're doing. Also, too, we still need to determine what happens to the losers of our Shiny Race. So, yeah, that does mean that I will have to synchronize as Greedent. I'm not a fan of it, but you know what? The rules. A huge shout out to Apollo, y'all. Extra wide Nuzlocke. Okay, awesome. You guys tune into that. Y'all, we gotta give it up to the Shiny King, Apollo MB himself. Apollo, congratulations for winning the shiny race, man. It was a fun race. I enjoyed going up against y'all. It was just fun. Oh, no. No, don't give me the shiny Greedent. Okay, well, I always say if I get Greedent in a shiny Greedent, I was gonna get it in a Master Ball. So, I might have to do that, maybe. But don't feel like you need to shiny hunt it. I'll catch one, and I'll have to import it. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. I had an absolute blast, and I will see you guys on another episode of Gaming and Smiles. Until then, y'all take it easy. Peace.